Here. Director Zuzek,
Here.
Vice Chair Dressley,
Here.
Chair Tate,
Here.
Director Bruns,
Here.
and Director Milner here.
All right, thank you. Now I'd like to ask all who are able to please stand and remove your headwear for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you. Next, I'm looking for a motion to approve the agenda.
I would like to make a motion to amend the agenda to move item 7 and 1 to, it's the student school board representative report, to right beneath the superintendent report, which would be 7B.
Okay. Can I get a second on that?
Second.
All right, any discussion? And the rationale, we have some students who need to leave this evening, so thank you. All those in favor of moving the student school board or the student representative reports to immediately after the superintendent report, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously to move that agenda item. All right. Next, I'm looking for a motion on the minutes from the October 23rd and November 7th board meetings.
I would motion to approve the minutes for both those meetings.
Beemeyer seconds.
Any discussion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor of approving the minutes, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously to approve the October 23rd and November 7th board meeting minutes. Next, I'd like to say thank you to the visitors that we have in the room. Thank you for coming out on this snowy night. And thank you to those who are watching online. You're probably in better shape than us when we head out of here. Thank you also to those who are going to be watching this later online as well. And next up, we have the Raider Spotlight.
Everyone knows this is my favorite. So tonight we have a number of Raider Spotlight recognitions. So the first one that we have is Mr. Eric Dietz. So if Mr. Dietz, you could come forward, please. That for one of the Community Charity Awards, and just wanted to extend our appreciation, and just great to hear from you also, as you have been a part of that moving parts.
Yeah, so I just want to say thank you for that. And thank you to Dr. Champa too. She's definitely gone above and beyond what I would expect a superintendent would have to do in a project like this. So that's been fantastic. And we just really love to get any hands-on, any practical real world experience in the industrial tech department for our students. And our goal really is to have every student, no matter what they do after high school, whether they go right to their careers, go into college, 2-year college, 4-year college, to have the same opportunities and the same, they want to feel like they're the same part, as important as anybody else. So having these real world experiences has been great for that. So thank you all for that, making that happen.
This is supposed to be about you. So also, I just want to note that I was fortunate enough to sit down with that conversation with an area business who said, I should apologize. I should have been sitting here with you 15 years ago. So there is definitely a desire in our community to partner. So thank you. And we have a small token of a Raider Spotlight for you. So thank you. All right, our next Spotlight Awards are sitting right at this table. So MSBA has a number of director awards that they recognize, and then they will be recognized at the School Board Association Annual Conference in January. So this year we are proud to present from MSBA 2 director awards going to Mr. Zuzek, Director Zuzek, and Director Dressley. So congratulations.
Well done. All right, at this time, we will have the public comment section of our agenda. And we have one speaker tonight who will be recognized and allotted 3 minutes of time. We have a 30-second sign to alert you to the time remaining, as well as a timer to signal the end of your time. We ask that speakers state their name for the record and refrain from using this time to criticize or complain about any specific employee by name. Please be aware that the school board is interested in hearing comments from the public and will listen carefully, but is not obligated to respond or debate in this setting. We also request that speakers be respectful. And with that, I'd like to welcome Ms. Hedin forward.
All right, thank you. I want to speak tonight on two issues, one pretty specific and one pretty broad. The first, but I think they lead to this greater combined challenge to the board to think more deeply and take on more complex questions. So a specific example tonight is I see an SRO conversation about adding that, I anticipate, for the next school year. I think that's a valid conversation, but it was held in isolation. It wasn't held in combination with that piece of like, what are the actual services that our students need? Whether they be social emotional support, counseling, behavior specialists, things that were cut from previous year budgets. What's the right place to put that $85,000 and what problem are you trying to solve? So I want you to like challenge yourself to ask that more complex question and ask your chair to ask that more complex question and then bring that conversation into the public. And then that leads into my second point, which you hosted a community collaboration committee, which everyone was in attendance at the other night. The intent of that is so good. And I think I've been at all four of them, pretty sure. And we can project who's gonna be there, right? We can project like how many people, and we can probably even project names. We've been at a place where we have 10 to 12 parents represented. That's it. We have 4,000 students in this district. We have 10 to 12 parents at the meeting. In this case, we had 10 board members, including student board members. We have about 5 to 10 employees that have to be there, given the topic, and 5 to 10 employees that come because of concern about the direction of the district. And then a handful of people with different affiliations, maybe one business owner, a couple grandparents, an aunt and an uncle. It is a very small representation of our district. And it, quite honestly, I mean, I can feel the polarization in the room. And I imagine most of you could too. So I would challenge the committee and I would challenge the board to think about that question more complexly. How do we engage the public? How do we hear, and this point was raised, how do we hear from the people that are not coming to those meetings that are being held at 6 o'clock on a weekday evening? Where can we reach the parents of students with color? Where can we reach parents and guardians that maybe have students that are struggling with regulation in the building and talk to them and get their input about what that feels like from a parent's perspective to a student? I just challenge you to like work harder and work in a more complex way, because these are big interconnected questions, and I think our district would be better served if they could be asked in that more larger and more complex way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd just like to add a little context. Ms. Hedin was referencing we had a community collaboration committee event this week in partnership with the Minnesota School Boards Association to work on developing our strategic plan. So, all right, and moving on, we are going into our superintendent report.
I will make this relatively brief. We have a big agenda, but I just wanted to acknowledge a couple of things that aren't on the agenda. There's just a lot going on in our district right now, as most of you know. Just a couple of things that I wanted to point out. We're currently working with Safe Routes to School and really had a collaborative meeting Monday this week. And thank you, students, for joining that conversation for the time that you were able to. But really with MnDOT and a variety of stakeholders talking about how do we better improve our access to our school sites, including Todd Field. Also, budget boot camps have been going on, so just a thank you to our finance director, Jen Subert and Cindy Westland. They've been meeting with every budget manager in the district to make sure that there is a deep understanding of their budgets and the accountability that goes with that, so appreciation for that. Pathways, you'll hear more about that later, but just thank you to all the energy and work that's going into that. And then just literacy, wit and wisdom and core. We knew that was a big ask going into this year, and it is. And just want to celebrate that work, which is one thing in education that we often fail to do, recognize the good work that is happening. And then just our staff development and literacy walks. Today I was a part of a teaching and learning meeting and talking about all the instructional leadership that is being developed also. So just wanted to mention those things. And then just with the strategic planning, there will be a link in the Reader Update this weekend to get some additional input there as well. So with that, thank you.
Thank you. And next we have our goal review your cadence of accountability.
Or move to students right here.
Oh, we have it right after you. Yeah, after that.
Okay, so this is our cadence of radio responsibilities. So as a reminder, you'll hear from two of our directors tonight as to what one of their goals are. So they set SMART goals that are aligned to your strategic plan. And then each month they're asked where they are on that goal. So they respond both numerically and in narrative form. And then we have conversations with that as well. So this is the time of the year that you likely don't see a large movement. And so this is collectively where all of our leadership are on those three areas. You want the
And
directors to?
then, next we've got the goal review by the directors and principals.
And we are going to start with Director Moen.
Good evening. This is going to sound kind of nerdy, but I'm kind of excited to share my goals with you this evening. I know you guys were talking about recruiting and hiring at one of your planning meetings where you're working on your board goals. So this will directly tie into that and kind of give you some information on what we're working on. Under one of our strategies under effective operations, we have teacher recruitment and retainment. And that strategy expands to include innovative ways to attract excellent candidates with a focus formed along the way as they went through the process. We're going to look at our onboarding and our new employee orientation process. Did they get what they needed and were they clearly communicated with during the process? Do they understand their contracts? Did they understand their benefits? Was it easy for them to enroll in their benefits? And then we're also going to get into their first 30 days of employment. And we're going to look at things about were they shown their work area? Were they introduced to their colleagues? Did they have the technology that they needed? Did they feel welcomed and like they belonged from their start? To accomplish this goal, I'll be working with the principals and the district directors to review our onboarding processes and look at ways that we can make that onboarding process more consistent across all employee groups and positions. To gather baseline data, what I've been working on is a Google survey that will ask all new hires at the 30-day point of their hire about all those things I just talked about. They'll have an opportunity to answer the question and give feedback specific to those questions and the way they answered. I've been testing this with the administrators this week and I have Mickey Mouse filling out my survey this week. And we've had some great conversations already about things that the principals, for example, aren't clear about. Is that HR's role or is that my role? So we'll be able to get some clarity to some of those things. We'll be using the information that we get from the staff that we gather to try to make changes as we continue to go along and make improvements to our processes and use the ongoing data to see, are we actually making an impact as we go along with the changes that we make? I don't anticipate that we're going to get through every area this year necessarily, but I have had conversations already with our Director of Special Services. They have an onboarding process where they're doing training and things at the beginning of employment. So we're going to start with her process, develop some things that we can put into place, and then replicate those in other areas and other positions. Looking out long term, my goal is to get to a standardized hiring process, which would be a hiring manual that a new administrator or a current administrator can go to and say, here's the first steps I need to do. Here's what I need to make sure I do with candidates. Here's what I do after the interviews. I need to send all my paperwork to HR. HR will tell you this so you can make an offer, and it'll be very clearly defined and laid out. So it'll take some time, but I'm very excited to be able to get there. The other thing, that's as far as my goal, but the other thing I wanted to share with you specific to recruiting diverse staff, we are in very initial stage of beginning a new partnership with Great Rivers. I think Susie Evans has presented here on some other topics. Through this partnership, students in our adult EL program will have opportunities to come into the district and shadow different positions in the district to learn more about those positions. And Great Rivers will allow them to pick one area, and then Great Rivers will pick another area for them to shadow based on inventories that they've completed about where their interests are, or where their backgrounds are, or what positions they might have held in the country that they came from. The ultimate goal of this whole program is to create a pipeline for those employees in that program to then flow into our district as employees. So we're pretty excited. It's very initial. We just started working with directors this week, but we'll be doing some more work now in December on that program. Questions I can answer?
A clarification, those people already live in our community?
Correct.
Yeah, and I mean, they're already.
Their parents and live in our community.
Yeah, their
Yep.
parents and live in the community, so it's, if we can get them, I bet it'll be pretty easy for us to keep them. You know, retention will be the easier part. The recruitment's the challenge, so
Right.
good luck to you. I think that's brilliant.
Yep, we're pretty excited. Anything else?
Sounds great, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have our Director of Teaching and Learning, Mr. Hodges.
All right, thank you. Good evening. I am sharing my goal around communication and collaboration this evening. And my goal is that principals will create clear academic goals, set benchmarks for progress monitoring the goals, align site, district, and teacher goals, and utilize formal and informal observations to communicate progress towards these goals. So teaching and learning is a pretty broad department. It covers a lot because teaching and learning is pretty much everything we do inside of a classroom and in the halls of schools. And so working with principals on how do we make sure that we're setting the goals for the schools, and then how do we actually make those come to life and actually drive the work that we do is incredibly important. And if we do it in a way that aligns with the school district and the resources that we have, we can really see things, big things, come to life. So some of the strategies that we've been doing to make that come to life is that once per month we have a principal teaching and learning meeting. We actually just had one today. The first one that we did, we had to really ground ourselves in the research. So we looked at what is the research on effective instructional leadership, the importance of goals, alignment of observations, what types of observations are effective, the types of professional learning that might need to be taking place based on observations, and just kind of aligning on what instructional leadership really means to each principal and then collectively. Then we spent time in our second meeting where principals wrote their academic goals, about one or two. It really depended on the site. They're aligned and supported goals. So these might be like minor goals that attach to those major goals. How they are going to measure their goals, how they will progress monitor the goal throughout the year, who will be part of planning for the next steps and reaching the goal based on information that they're gathering, whether it's data, observations, feedback. Then they created a timeline of their plan for the year. So they went month by month and even broke it down, sometimes even more specific than that, and looked at what they were going to be doing. So whether that's staff meetings, PLCs, staff development days, where are they going to be intentionally plugging in different components of what they're doing to work towards their goals into those parts of the year, and then making sure they're calling that out, that this is work we're doing towards our site goal, and being really intentional about that so that teachers and staff know that this is work we're doing towards our site goal and calling that out. Then they created a communication plan. So they looked at their big picture communication. So why is this your school goal and how will this goal be supported? That's the big picture. Their consistent messaging. How will you ensure alignment of the messaging amongst your leadership teams? Their bite-sized messaging. What is your plan for ongoing communication in support of the goal throughout the school year? And how will you ensure formal observations include alignment towards this goal? Then each principal selected a month to host all principals in an instructional leadership walkthrough at their site. At these walkthroughs, the host site would then review their goals with the principals, go through their walkthrough tools for the observation. So they would select if their goal is around a component of literacy instruction, like asking questions, having students discuss something about the text, or like cite text. So we would go through and they would ask us, here's what you're going to look for in the classroom, listen for in the classroom, and take notes about in the classroom. So we would be trained before we go in the classrooms to specifically look for things and listen for things in the classroom. Then we would go through and observe in classrooms in small groups, like 2 or 3 max in a classroom of observers, to specifically look in about 15 or 20 minutes for whatever we're being asked to look for. Then we'd come back and look at the data that we gathered and provide feedback to the host principal. So that does take some time. We went through, when we were at McAuliffe for our first instructional leadership walkthrough, we were looking at wait time, and we actually calculated. So if a teacher asked a question, we would sit there and count how many seconds before a teacher called on a student. And we had hundreds of times that we had to sit there. So we had to tally mark on sheets of paper how many 0 to 2 seconds, 3 to 5 seconds, 5 to 7 seconds, 10 seconds, stuff like that. And calculate all this data out. What types of ways were questions being answered? Was it being cold calling? Was it turn and talk? Was it students raising hands? How were students engaging with the questions? Looking at all this different data so that we could give that back to the host site, because this data that we're gathering really is for kind of 2 tracks. One, it's how is the host site doing towards their site goals, but also it's for us as instructional leaders to develop our skill sets. So the principals are having these conversations about observations and instructional leadership and what are we seeing. Our high school and middle school principal are in kindergarten and first grade classrooms where they might have not been since they've done their principal hours like years ago, and they're getting this insight into what's going on in our classrooms that maybe they haven't had before, and it's really creating these really great conversations that we're getting to have vertically. So it was really exciting. Like I said, we had our first one at McAuliffe just a couple weeks ago. Our next one will be coming up here in December as well. But we had our debrief today, actually. That's what Dr. Champa was talking about earlier. And so then this month today, what we did was we looked back at our plans and updated our timeline based on where we are in the school year. So we're coming up on Thanksgiving break, then we're coming up 4 weeks on winter break, and then in 6 weeks, we're back from winter break. And so having that lens of, with that timeline, and we're in 2025 in 6 weeks, what do we need to do to adjust our timeline knowing that we're already there? If we haven't gotten to where we expected we would be at now, what do we need to do to be back on track, to have our goals back on track? So we spent some time doing that today as well. So that's some insight into my goal on my communication and collaboration. It's a really fun goal, and it's really fun to get into classrooms as well with everybody and get to see what's going on. Any questions?
I think that sounds amazing. Thank you for all your work on that. Anybody else? All right. Oh, go ahead, Dr. Bruns.
I think that's awesome. And I wonder too, just thinking about the school setting and instructional leadership, is this year kind of the year to pilot the machinery that makes that stuff work? So next year it rolls out through the summer. Workshop week is targeting some of those site goals that are horizontally and vertically aligned. So it's really building that culture this year and learning how those tools work as administrators.
Yeah, and the idea is also that when we go into the spring this year, site leadership teams can really work more intentionally on developing goals together. that are aligned to the district goals, so that we're doing that more in the spring so that we can then plan going into the fall, like you're talking about, having those tools. Everybody's more knowing what those tools are. So this year's really kind of a baseline year, us as leaders getting that development. Then we can develop that with site leadership teams. So it's really kind of a baseline year of getting that set up. And then we can kind of move forward in it. But it's definitely going to grow and get even larger in the future.
Anyone else? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we have our student representative reports, and we're going to start with Representative Banky this evening.
All right, so I represent Kennedy and Pinecrest. And to start off with Kennedy, students started a book buddy program a few weeks ago. Community volunteers helped to support students one-on-one during grade level intervention time, which has been very helpful in getting them into reading and really just helping them comprehend what's going on. The first grade students got to go on their first field trip to the Minnesota Zoo. And then 12 students were recognized this month for their artwork, which you can see on the screen. Pretty cool. And then on November 8th, third graders got to have a really good experience on Veterans Day to celebrate it. They got to meet with veterans who shared personal stories from their time in the military. Students could ask them questions and learn about what made those people tick who really protected their freedom. And then I didn't have this update last meeting, but I have it now. For their Run and Fun fundraiser, Kennedy was able to bring in $29,065.96. So good numbers. Wow. All right, and then moving on to Pinecrest. There was a movie night in the gym this last month. 75 families were able to attend. And then on election day, students had a little mock vote for their favorite movie that will be shown during movie night, and Despicable Me 4 won. The fourth graders had some really fun field trips in the past month. They went to Orchestra Hall to see a performance of some of the score of Star Wars, and they also had a trip to Carpenter Nature Center to learn some winter survival skills. And then students at Pinecrest celebrated Veterans Day by recognizing America's White Table. And then there was a living example of the table by Wendy Livingston and an explanation on the morning announcements. Students were also able to bring in photos of relatives that have served. And then K through fourth grade students have been participating in Socratic seminars, which we're very familiar with at the high school. And then it's kind of going tandem with their new Wit and Wisdom resource. Thank you.
Any questions for Representative Banky? One thing I want to comment on, I believe last month you told us that their goal was to raise $10,000. Is that correct?
Yes.
They blew that out of the water.
Oh,
so that is
that's
amazing.
great. Great for them.
Yes. All right, thank you. And next up we have Student Representative Rusnako.
All right, hello, I'm Student Representative Rusnako, and I will be representing Hastings High School and Tilden Preschool. So to start off with the high school, this month, our athletic department administrative assistant, Jackie Kranz, retired after 30 years in the district. And Christina Cook is now our new athletic administrative assistant, as there are still a lot of athletics to look forward to this year. With that, we can get into a few sports. Girls hockey kicked off their season and have won their past 2 games. The volleyball and football seasons ended towards the end of October, with the Raiders ending their season with a 4-6 score. There has been lots and lots of rehearsal for the arts department. Dynamic Edition and Riverside Company have been working hard to learn new songs and choreography to get ready for their upcoming show choir season. All of our choirs in general have been rehearsing a lot to get into the holiday spirit for our upcoming holiday choir concert on December 14th. And to take a step away from the music portion, the cast of Clue the Play put on a wonderful performance this past weekend, and I actually went to go see it twice. There was an amazing turnout. And on October 29th, me, Representative Suarez Garcia, Principal Doran, and a few others on the board all went to Shakopee High School for the MSBA Student Representative event. This was a great experience in general, and we had some amazing conversations with each other and with other student representatives from schools all over the state. And I'd say a big takeaway from the day was just communication and making sure that we are all vocal with our wants, needs, and opinions. And I felt like there was a lot to reflect. Photos that I got sent from Miss Gore. Those are some of the students. And the next picture is some art that they did. And the last one is the new rock climbing wall that they received. Actually, I have a question for Representative Steinke. Is my hockey score correct?
It seems correct, yes,
Yes.
as of when you wrote it. And we also, I don't know if this was included, but we also won again last night against Owatonna, a 3-1 win.
There we go. Congrats.
Very nice. I do have one question. Do we know what is the theme for our show choir shows this year?
So I can speak on that a little bit. I am in Riverside, and for Riverside, Sandlot. So
Very
a lot to look
cool.
forward to.
Nice.
Yeah, there's definitely, maybe that'll be in. Come out and see.
If I'm not mistaken, dynamics is something to do with friendship, from what I've heard.
Okay.
Hint, hint,
All right.
Aladdin.
Any other questions or comments? Yeah.
My son attends Tilden, and everything you highlighted is stuff that's shared with us through Seesaw and other platforms and mediums, and it's incredible. The guest things and the new rock climbing structure is really cool.
All right. Thank you. All right, next we have student representatives, Juarez Garcia.
So for McCullough this month, in November, the McCullough students participated in the creation of their Veterans Wall. The students were able to put pictures of people that they know personally that are in the military and connect to them to make it like a personal connection. So every time they walked by it, they're like, hey, I know them. And like, so they'd be reminded of that and be more, have deeper thinking of it, which is a really great thing. Also, the first graders had the Carpenter Nature Center come to them and to save the cost on that, which was through a grant. To be able to do that, and then through Power 100 Women, but most importantly, the field trip is connected to their curriculum about what they're learning in class, so it's able to connect, to bring fun to the curriculum and not just learn. It's so they can actually experience it in their meantime. On another note, Alyssa Cherry is meeting with our native students to make sure that they feel respected and appreciated in the culture of McCullough and to bring their own culture from home. The Climb Theater presented an anti-bullying skit to teach and encourage students on how to handle situations with bullying. Then the ambassadors of respect came and presented to them in Mrs. Howard's class. The next step in this process is in introducing the STARS program to raise awareness of special needs students. Lastly, there was an admin walkthrough where the admin would analyze kids' questions and types of questions and responses, and all of this is to support lower level goals. In the ALC, the music production class has been going strong, pushing students to do their very best and explore their passions. Not only do they create music, they get to produce it through laptops that they got through a grant. Switching topics in the science department, their core focus has been hands-on learning in and outside of the classroom. So they go outside, obviously, when weather permits, not as much recently because of the snow, unfortunately, in my opinion. But they did get to build structures of atoms, and so they could actually understand why and how they're built like this. And then both parts of the ALC, the science and the music, they got to showcase their atoms that they built, and the music students got to have the whole ALC listen to their music to hopefully even get other kids to take that elective for next year. And lastly, to wrap all this up, the ALC has a tradition to have a Thanksgiving meal between all the students and teachers alike. The teachers provide the food and they set up the tables in a huge circle so that everyone has a place at the table. The students feel a genuine connection to the teachers, which creates a wonderful classroom community or the feeling of family. This is what the students said themselves, that they have an actual feeling of family, verbatim. And it's really great because some of these students might not be able to have that feeling of family at home, and they can have it here, and it's really moving. It's very nice.
All right, thank you. Any questions or comments? All right. And finally then, we have our update from Student Representative Steinke.
All right, so I represent the middle school, and although my report may not be as long as Briseis's high school report, I'm excited to say that they seem to be very busy this month with extracurriculars. So I want to shout out first the middle school girls on the high school swim and dive team that recently went to sections. I also want to bring attention to both basketball programs, especially the girls, which seems to have been very busy with games this month and more to come. On a similar note, wrestling, which involves 6th through 8th grade, has been going strong in their season. Plenty of matches in the month of November. Lastly, HMS students on the girls hockey teams participated in Girls Hockey Day on Saturday at the Hastings Civic Arena. Although it'd be not so productive for me to give you guys all the dates and times of every match and game, I encourage everybody to go look at the calendar and see what sporting events you can go to support some of these student athletes. So as for the students in the arts department, on the 12th, there was a 7th and 8th grade band concert, and tomorrow there will be an orchestra concert. Of course, can't go without mentioning the middle school play, Seussical Junior, that took place on the 7th and 8th, and I heard a lot about it, a lot of raving reviews. I heard it was amazing. November also marks the start of Rockstar Awards, which are a very special recognition of students who are role models in safety, responsibility, and respect. To finish it off, I'm excited to announce that the 8th graders have the opportunity to be at Eagle Bluff this week. Eagle Bluff is a trip that all middle school students look forward to taking in 8th grade. On this several day-long trip, students will learn using a hands-on approach, which connects them with their environment and allows them to collaborate to solve challenges.
All right, thank you. And I will say my 5th grade son agrees with your review of Seussical. So it's very well done, I hear. All right, any other questions or comments? All right, thank you.
School boards by collecting data on their behalf, whether it be referendum, bond referendum. School boards by collecting data on their behalf, whether it be referendum, bond referendum data, or staff, student, and parent engagement data like we're going to present tonight. I recently moved to Lake City, so now I'm a Minnesota resident, again, back to my hometown for my childhood home. So that's exciting. So last year, I'll remind you, was your kind of your baseline year. So when I presented the data last year, we were looking at your scores compared to other districts that have asked those same questions. And our server has thousands of data points and hundreds of districts that have asked those same questions. And so last year, I was basically giving you scores and then a percentile ranking, not so unlike standardized test scores that you get reports on an annual basis. This year is particularly exciting because out of that, your district leaders set some improvement goals within the results. Year 2, we're not going to worry as much about percentile rank. We're going to talk about year 1 to year 2 longitudinal progress, kind of a progress monitoring. So that's what I'm going to share with you tonight. I have a lot of data, but I also know you have a long agenda. So I'm going to try to find a balance between giving you a thorough report, but not monopolizing the agenda. So here's how our agenda is going to go. A brief reminder about our company, and then we're going to dive right into your respondent information and your results and analysis, and then I'll take any questions from the board. So again, we've been doing this since 2002. We've conducted over 3 million staff, student, parent, and community surveys in all 50 states, and we've helped over 1,000 districts with strategic planning and referendum planning. So the first report I'm going to share with you tonight is your parent survey report in year 2. We had a deadline of October 21st. 658 parents responded, and that puts you at a 16% participation rate, which is very respectable, right in the average range. Amongst the highest I've seen is 30%. Sometimes we're down around 10%, so you're right in the middle of that. We are able to disaggregate your results by building. This graphic shows you the response percentages by building. Obviously, that adds up to more than 100% because you have parents with children in more than one facility. This is your distribution by parents, what grade their children are in. A nice balanced representation, nothing too out of the ordinary there. Nice to have voice from each grade level. And we are able to study your data more deeply. This is a broad overview, but we can dig into areas. Like in my district where we use this tool, we dug into the special education data because we had concerns there about what we're hearing from the parents who had children in the special education department. So we can drill down within these subgroups for you as you desire. And then we are able to also tell you this is a percent of racial distribution within your student body and your parent base. So your indexes, I'll remind you, we're going to give you an overview of your indexes. These are scores that the questions, the 30 questionnaire feeds into 5 different indexes. They are how informed the parents are feeling, how included, the educational excellence that they're reporting, the atmosphere of the school, and their overall experience as a family. So what you'll see, broad overview, the current score is the first column on a scale of 1 to 5, and I'll remind the board, we don't allow a 3. We only score people if they have an opinion. So either they strongly agree, they disagree, or they strongly disagree. If they don't know, or it doesn't apply to them, we allow them to check that, but we don't assign any point values because they don't have a real take on this. Some surveys have that 3 kind of in the middle, and then everything kind of gets watered down to be a 3.1 or a 2.9. We only want to measure the people that have a feeling about the question that we're asking them. And so you'll see all 5 indexes grew from last year to this year. Now we're going to dive in then in the column to the far right is your percentage change from last year's score to this year's. So to give you more specific feedback, we're going to go question by question in a bit here. The first report I want to give, though, from the parents was we asked them for some feedback on future planning. This may help your strategic plan that you talked about earlier in the meeting. We put them in your shoes. Money is not limitless, so we said to them, what are the 4 areas from our list of 22 common school areas that are most important to them? Doesn't mean that the other areas are not important. It may mean that they're already in place, and so no one's going to say math is not important. That's further down the list. It may mean they're satisfied with what's going on, and they want you to direct resources towards these areas. So your top scoring area for future planning were school safety and security. Ironic, you're talking about an SRO officer later on the agenda, and it sounds like that was part of your strategic planning meeting. Student behavior and discipline is on the minds of parents. They want their kids to come to school to learn, not to be distracted by other students' behaviors. Recruiting and retaining high-quality staff, again, ironic, because we just heard from HR and some of the goals that are being set there. Mental health for students, and this is a nationwide challenge for schools. We have projects in New York City, we have projects in Arizona, and everyone is concerned about mental health. And then a bit further down, again, very exciting to hear the Raider showcase about the tech ed program that's going on. This is absolutely one of the top priorities for nearly every district that we serve, growing the trades, the skilled labor gap, and your parents are echoing that to you. And then as we go through the list, again, there's 22, but those are the high points, and then they decline from there. Not saying community partnerships with businesses aren't important, but you can't do it all. So those top 4 or 5 are where most of your parents landed, and then this list, it goes down from there to a lesser extent athletics, foreign languages, likely because they probably feel you have enough of those in place. If you're a dual language school or a 3-language school, you probably have satisfactory allotment of different athletics for kids to participate and so on. So that's good data for your strategic planning committee to ponder and see if that aligns with what your priorities are. So now let's go question by question very quickly on how the parents feel in year 2. There was a section of the survey where they asked for feedback on leadership and communication. We asked the question, the district is heading in the right direction. First column, percent, that gave you a 4 or 5. Next column, this year's score. Third column, last year's score, and percentage change. And just to give you some context, when we see 2 to 3% change, we're excited. When we see 5% change, that's significant. And when you see something higher than that in the 10% range, that's exemplary. So to see these kinds of percentage change is quite remarkable from year 1 to year 2. They're feeling better about the direction of the district. They're feeling better about district administration doing what it takes to make the district successful. And there's a very specific question about the board, the school board, doing what it takes to make our district successful. 5.31% improvement from last year. We also asked a question about communication. This is one of the better scores I've been able to give to a school district this year. Typically it's in the 65 to 70% range. For good and great, you're at 80%. So it looks like that you're doing some very intentional things. Now, I heard about that this summer. Tammy and I went out for lunch when I was in the area, just about to move into my new home, and I heard about some of the outreach meetings she was having, and it clearly shows that from district on down to building level, communication has been amped up. We also asked them, just for your information, how do they like to receive school information? What is their preferred means for getting information from the school? No surprise for busy parents, email is number one. Those automated phone and text notifications about a late start because of snow, probably the most convenient way for them to get that news. And then to a lesser extent, the school website, the parent portal, school district newsletters, and meetings with teachers, administrators, and so on. If you have a person devoted to work on your Twitter account, I wouldn't worry about that too much because Twitter is your lowest ranked area. All right, then let's talk about their feedback on the school experience. Again, now, are there any questions how I'm reporting these scores out? Again, it's % 4 or 5, current score, previous score. So you'll see they're feeling great about the culture at school. They're feeling so much better about the efforts to address bullying. Teaching with materials that reflect the family's culture and backgrounds. High expectations for my child, and we heard from teaching and learning department tonight about expectations for the teaching and learning that's taking place. School communication, timely and transparent, much improved. School providing opportunities for parental involvement. And that could be anything. Some of these movie nights, that's just a great touch to get parents inside their children's school. Opportunities to provide feedback to the school and the teachers. If a child breaks a rule at school, they're treated fairly. Very challenging topic, but they're feeling good about that. Satisfied with how much my child is learning. My child feeling safe at school. Having at least one staff member I feel comfortable contacting when I have an idea or concern. Facilities are clean and well kept. I'm updated on how my child is doing. School staff treat my child with dignity and respect. All increased. I feel welcome in my child's school. My child gets help when they need it. Overall, my child is able to handle the emotional challenges of school. Most days my child enjoys going to school, and then I know how to support my child's learning. Do ask a question. The overall amount of homework my child is asked to complete is just right, too little, too much. About 71% say you're getting it just right. And that's a very hot topic right now. How much homework is enough homework? Too much, too little, busy work? Or is it meaningful? Is it meaningful work? Participation rate, this is quite high for school districts compared to others where we've asked this question. Love this question because hearing your student athlete report and your arts reports, not every student comes to school to learn. Some learning is a byproduct of being engaged in activity and sport. So that's nice to see. And it reduces that risk factors to be involved in something beyond the final bell of the learning day. We do ask this question about internet for a community like Hastings. It may not be relevant, but we serve northern Wisconsin, Minnesota, and North Dakota districts where they've bought devices with ESSER funds and they don't even have Wi-Fi connection in half their homes. So they can't send an assignment home because they don't have connectivity. So we always gauge this just so you know. So top 5 scores that we just went over. Lots of good stuff here. You should feel very good about. Typically, this next slide, I show you the 5 that have regressed the most. You didn't have any in the eyes of parents that regressed. They all improved. They just improved it at a slower rate than the top 5. So a very commendable parent report. Lots of progress from year 1 to year 2. And on a scale of 0 to 10, we ask this question on every survey we give. We ask it on our bond referendum, operating levy surveys, any survey that we give the community. On a scale of 0 to 10, how likely would you be to recommend the school to a friend or family member? In my opinion, the greatest compliment a school district can get is you should send your kids there. You got a 7.04, slightly up from last year's 7.01. All right, let's talk about the student report. Now, I want to put this in context. If you recall, and I know that it was already a full year ago, but your student report was extremely strong last year, particularly contrasting the percentile ranks to the staff and the parent scores. So I compiled this report with some guidance from Tammy on what she thought would be most effective for you as a board. And we changed how we reported this out, and I'll show you that in a second. So you had a great student response rate, 76%. 2,147 students took the survey. This is your representation by building. You'll see the small percentages at the elementary because we don't recommend going any younger than 4th grade. 4th grade is a real developmentally appropriate time to start asking them to give feedback on their school experience. This is your distribution by grades. I don't know if you can get more balanced than that. Index analysis, you'll see current score on that 1 to 5 scale compared to last year. Not lots of movement. Some regressed ever so slightly, but when you're talking about 1/100th of a point, and you had a much higher participation rate, so I'm not entirely surprised. But I want to put this into some context. This was last year's scores. So when you talk about the 4 indexes that we measure in students, you were in we always say exemplary is anything in the 75th percentile or higher. 3 of your 4 indexes were above the 75th percentile. So the fact that you'll see in this report there wasn't a lot of movement, this is already an excellent student report. In fact, I kind of walked out of here last year scratching my head saying, staff are looking for some improvements, parents were looking some improvements, but the students are so happy. Typically there's a triangulation amongst the data that all 3 populations are fairly closely linked. The students off the charts, the other groups looking for some improvement goals. So again, we'll go through that in analysis. We added a column this year. So when we're going to talk about percent 4 or 5, current score, previous score, percentage change, and the final column tells you percentile rank compared to hundreds of schools of like size, like socioeconomic conditions, staff to student ratios in our server that have asked these same questions across the Midwest. So again, teachers calling me in class. My teachers make their classes fun and interesting. I try my best at school. And again, when you're talking about a slight decrease, you see on that question, it's literally 1/100th of a point. I can relate to what I'm learning at school. My teachers explain things in a way that I get. If I need help, I can talk to my teachers outside of class. Again, that was top 14%. I can go online or use a device at school when I need it. That was the question that tanked the most on all 3 reports. And I did get some insider information on why. And it's not just Hastings. This is happening all across. My old district just went to the same policy. So I understand why the access to an online device moved that way. Okay. Most kids at school follow the rules. Nice growth there. If I were bullied, I would feel comfortable talking to someone about it. What a nice top 4%. Try to get that bullying question right, but you're doing great things here. Students treat me with respect, peer-to-peer respect factors. I know my teachers care about me, top 15%. I could be myself at school. All that we could ask of any student is just to be able to be themselves. Teachers treat me with respect. Feeling safe at school, same score as last year. And again, when you're talking about 54%, that should not be alarming. That's just solid average. 80%, 85%, that's high scores. I feel safe answering, or I like to learn new things. I feel safe answering questions in class, even when I'm not sure I have the right answer. Again, made me think of your teaching and learning director, some of the goals that he was setting for his principal team. I can be myself at school. We already did that. My parents, guardians help me with school as much as they can if I ask. That parent to student engagement. I have friends who help me when I need help. I have friends to sit with at lunch or hang out with at school. Sometimes I have board members say, why do you ask that question? Do you realize that lunch situation could be one of the most stressful things for a child? When I was an elementary principal, it broke my heart to see a child sitting by themselves and not have someone to sit by them. Lunch is one of the few free times you get. I talk to people outside of school about what I'm learning. That's really neat to see because they're taking their learning with them and actually sharing it out with others. I like working in groups with my classmates. If I have a big problem, there's an adult at school I can talk to about it. Top 8%. I like helping other people when I can. So we did also ask the question, what makes learning hard for students? Grades 4 through 8. Number 1, distracting behaviors of other students. Nervousness for tests, stress, and lack of sleep. We asked the same question of high schoolers. Oh, for some reason that slide cut off, but number 1 was stress, followed by distracting behaviors of others students in class, can't keep up with the homework, and don't know how or what to study. So, and then finally, we asked the students, the homework and projects I'm assigned help me learn and are more than just busy work. And finally, again, we summarize your top 5. And this is based on percentage change, not percentile rank. So again, we were trying to move the needle from year 1 to year 2. And these are the 5 that improved the most. But again, already really high scores, so harder to change when they're already quite favorable. And these are the 5 that moved the least or regress ever so slightly. Nothing alarming there. Quite honestly, other than the access to a device at school when I need it. And again, we know that backstory. Kids don't even like phones anymore, do they? All right, then we asked the students, most days I like my school, current score, previous score, and a percentage change of negative 2.48%. I would suspect that last question had a lot to do with how they're seeing their school experience. All right, and then finally, the staff report. 324 staff members took the survey, 56% participation rate. This is the distribution by location. And again, we can study that and drill down by building. We can drill down by position. This is your the different job categories that they identified as being a classroom teacher, ed specialist, which are like counselors, psychologists, speech and language pathologist, instructional aides or paraprofessionals, support staff, administration. We also have a tenure, which again might be interesting, probably has already been looked at by your human resources department. One of the goals is to retain. That's one of the reasons you give these surveys, quite honestly, is it's one of the best retention tools is asking your staff how things are going. Pay scales can only be so different, benefits can only be so different, but trying to improve their working conditions is one of the best things you can do. Rather young staff compared to some districts that I work with. And your indexes this year, remarkable growth. The indexes are academics, engagement, how supported they feel, the student experience through the eyes of the staff, and their own staff experience. Quite honestly, this is unprecedented. I've not, in my 2.5 years with the company, I've never given a report, and your parent report is one of the better reports I've ever given to, but the staff report, things have changed in 1 year. And we're gonna tell you more specifically question by question. Let's talk about the workday. Our school's student discipline practices and policies are effective. I've never seen a question change by that much. I was just doing a happy dance for a district with a superintendent I used to work with in our county where they had a 15% change on something because that was amongst the highest I've ever seen, 47%. Clearly something very, and I talked to Tammy about this so I know, but something district-wide was done about behavior. And this is important to your parents and it's very important to your kids. Our staff handles discipline in a consistent manner, 31% change. District seeks input from a broad group of staff members. One modality would be a survey like this, but it's not the only thing. There must be building level meetings going on in small group and departmental meetings. Important information to my work is shared with me in a timely, effective manner. One of the best staff retention tools you can have is just timely communication. And clearly they're feeling good about that. I feel comfortable sharing input and concerns with my supervisor administrator, 8.36%. Feel supported by my supervisor administrator when I make a decision. Most days I look forward to going to work. Well, that's a byproduct of all those other things getting so much better. The amount of work I'm asked to do is reasonable, manageable. Our staff does a good job of educating our students. Now we'll talk about the environmental questions. District administration is doing what it takes to make our district successful. This is a direct reflection on Tammy and her leadership team. Followed right behind, the district is heading in the right direction. Remarkable. In the last year, I received useful feedback to help improve my work. So earlier, your teaching and learning director was talking about those formal observations, those informal observations, those walkthroughs. Well, already this October, when asked about those, they're feeling that those things are very useful. That's not just a rote exercise. There's many a district I've worked with where the staff are saying that activity is worthless. I'm not getting better. It's just a check in the box. Your staff are feeling good about the evaluation process that their administrators, and they oversee a lot of people, so it's not easy. I'm recognized when I do a good job. Again, this may be some formal things, but also informal recognition. All students in our school are respected for their values and beliefs, feeling safe at work. The training and support that they receive to work with students with different backgrounds, and we've never had more diverse student populations than right now across the Midwest. I have opportunities for training and professional development to improve my work. And the question that I was dreading giving you tonight, the school board is doing what it takes to make our district successful. Sometimes these things take a little while to move with the board. Okay, so hoping when we follow up in a year, this will come along with some of these other scores too, okay? Next, the final section, support questions. The social and emotional needs of all students are being met. Something the staff are definitely seeing that things are being done to help support kids, which aligns very nicely with your student feedback that mental health is a priority. Staff input is valued. They feel like when they give input to their administration that it's heard and it's important to those leaders. All students in our school are given equal opportunities to learn and experience success. I have the materials and supplies I need to do my job well with shrinking budgets and all the budget trouble that is taking place in so many districts in the region. Not easy to have what they need. They feel like they have what they need. But they also need the support of a community and the parents, and they feel like that has improved another 5% change. Our school has a process to ensure every student has a connection with at least one adult in school, that connectivity piece. Our school supports students from diverse backgrounds. And the question, again, this is why those percentile ranks are so important, that we provide the context for how you're doing, and then following up on it, the district's pay practices are fair. That is improved as well. I have access to the technology support I need, have healthy working relationships with my coworkers, and I have the technology I need to do my job. So not just the technology support, but also the tools and the devices. And then as we talk about equitable opportunities, we do break it out for you. So this shows 5 different subgroups on how the staff feels they're being supported. All grew. Excellent to see, whether it's special needs, economic background, racial background, gender, or cultural background. So again, as we talk about top 5, this whole list is just remarkable to me because, as I told you, time we see something in the teens, that is like the question of the whole survey. You have 5 that are 18 or above. And as we talk about 5 bottom scores, only 1 went backwards, and I suspect that's, again, with a thoughtful board and all the great work that I hear you doing with strategic planning, that's going to follow along in time. Then, again, you talk about a compliment and talk about retaining employees and recruiting. On a scale of 0 to 10, how likely are you to recommend the district as a place of employment? Last year, 6.26. That changed by almost 0.8 of a point, 12.46% change from last year. So I hope that didn't drag on too long, but also seem too rushed. Those are your 3 reports from year 1 to year 2 on staff, student, and parents. Any questions for me?
I'd like to make a comment. I mean, this is phenomenal, right? And I'm a data geek. I'm an analyst. I'm a continuous improvement professional in real life here. Okay. So this is amazing. Like, it's truly amazing. And I always give credit where credit is due. And it's because of the woman sitting to my left here. And I appreciate all of the effort and hard work that you've put into this district. It is remarkable, and everybody can see it. So thank you.
Thank you, but it's a team.
Under your leadership, yes. Yes, agreed. Great efforts by the full team. So obviously the school board question, that one has me perplexed a bit because it was in the top 5 improvements for parents, right? So the parents think that the school board is doing the right things, the staff not so much. So I assume there's commentary that is tied to this.
Yes, we gather all the comments from all 3 groups. Okay. And I have compiled them, just developed a report for Tammy that we call our comment theme analysis. Okay. And so rather than you have 2 options. We could download every comment and you could go through every one of them. You're busy people. You've got big decisions to make. What we do is we compile into a theme, top 7 or 8 comments for each report and put them into themes. If you recall, we asked the staff, what do you think is a strength of the district? What are areas of improvement? So within that report, I've got that and have that for you. I don't typically present it now because we want to use data to really drive improvement goals. But now, as you said, for those of us that embrace data, you can look at the comments and try to get some understanding of why data points are why they are. We know what the data tells us, but the why can be found in those comments. And so we have that for you.
Fantastic. Thank you. Yeah. Again, continuous improvement geek. I want to see what we can do here as a board in the staff's eyes to be better. So
by all means, but I would also tell you, I think it was very nice, and I echo your feelings. I work with Tammy in Pine Island, as some of you know, so I know that she wanted to come here to make an impact. But no superintendent, I know this from my 9 years in my district, can do what they want to do to help a district improve unless they have the backing of a board. So I think you should embrace these changes and this improvement yourself too.
Absolutely, thank you. The other thing I'd just like to note, I think we need a definition for the students on need. When we talk about you need to access your device, we have a 1-to-1 ratio on devices in this district. So that one kind of threw me a little bit on the need, but that's good. All right, any questions or comments? Yeah, absolutely.
I do have one where the students, I think it was the students, got to say how likely would you be to recommend our schools to friends and family, and we got 7.04. It was back on page 28. Any idea where other districts fall with that number?
I can certainly look it up in our server and give you a percentile rank and tell you what that is. So the question, students, about how whether.
How likely, yeah.
Okay.
So I'm I'm just curious because, you know, you kind of hear mumblings throughout the community. Oh, I wouldn't send my kids to Hastings. Like, where are we compared to other districts? I would just love to know that.
Yeah, I will follow up with Tammy tomorrow morning again. And this is exactly what I want from you. I don't want this to be, he gave his report, turn the page. As you look at this, I know you've got the report. If there's anything you want to know, either email me directly, get my email from Tammy, or channel it through Tammy. I want to serve you ongoing this next year to bring you back, and I'll come back in November with another report based on a deep understanding of these data points. So by all means, I'll look it up.
Thank you.
I would tell you, I think, if I recall, because I just gave a report to a district in Wisconsin yesterday, I think when you're in that 7.04 range, that's right around like, I think the 48th percentile. So kind of right in the average range.
Okay, perfect. That's
But
what
I'll
I
get
want
you
to
an
know.
exact percent, okay?
Thank you.
And I did want to share with you as a board that you talk about MSBA in January. Tammy and I were chosen to present at MSBA. One of my missions with our company is not to grow the business. We're a service business. We're not a business about making profits. We're about helping make education better. And I thought it was a perfect time to apply to have us talk about what are leading districts doing to retain staff. So we're going to talk about the staff survey in particular. And this, we got accepted before we even got this data back. So it'll be great. So that's on Friday. We have 3 half-hour roundtable sessions where districts can come and just huddle up with us and just have a nice dialogue, more conversational versus those formal 1-hour presentations, which will be nice. We can have very interested districts come and learn from Tammy and hear about our services, how we can support them too. Okay.
Yeah.
So one of the things after this that talk about being a geek with data, I will pivot this as many ways as possible. So by building, and one of the things I'm very interested in doing is looking at that student data by 4 through 8, 9 through 12, to really see if we see a big difference there. I'm predicting that we will, but I'm just interested to really look at that too.
You know that the software that we have is ever evolving. We have a PhD software engineer on our team, and he has it now to the point where we can literally richly dive down on any grade level, any position within a building. If you're worried about a certain population of your staff, making sure their voice is heard as opposed to the staff in its entirety. So if there's any drill downs you want us to do, don't be shy, please.
Also, just one more thing, that we can only drill down if we have enough in that cell.
Correct.
So that it is very.
Yeah, we really pride ourselves in anonymity. So if you're going to talk about maybe educational specialists at an elementary school, if it's 5 or less, it won't tell us what they said because that's a pretty small pool of people. Okay.
And one thing I'd be curious, the staff said that they don't feel that they're compensated fairly. I think it was a 50% number, so that so I'd be interested to know, I'd be interested to know if there's a specific group of staff that is saying that, you know, what their positions are, obviously. And then the other thing that I really am interested to hear about is, we added a question this year that we didn't ask last year, which was, have you ever considered, or are you considering sending your students to other districts, and why? Because one of my biggest concerns is our declining enrollment issue and what's driving that. And we want to try to nip that in the bud and reverse that trend as much as we possibly can. So,
yeah. If you as a board if you have enough questions, you actually just want to have a work session, I can Zoom from my office in Lake City at any time, and you just compile a list of questions, and I can take 15 minutes out of an evening and give you those answers. We can have a data work session if that's something that would be exciting for you. So don't be shy. Again, this is just this is a broad overview, but we can really go to work on some of these priority items by all means.
And we do have that question. That was a custom question, so that'll be part of the comments as well. Yep.
I'm curious if you have any advice for us. So we're going to go into our strategic plan. We have feedback from the community. We'll work in partnership together with community members. We'll have this data. Data is very promising. But do you have any advice for folks as we wrestle through what we should prioritize when the data is this good, so we don't rest on our laurels, in a sense, that we can dive in a way that feels intentional and maybe not say like this just isn't good enough. You know, it's good, but let's grow. I'm not sure if you have any feedback.
I do. In fact, there's what we didn't include in these reports because there's so many columns is we didn't include the percentile rank. But we could look at the staff and the parent reports and again, come back to those and say, what percentile ranks are in the 20s, 30s? Yes, we've improved them, but compared to maybe a score that was unacceptable last year, and we're still worried about this area. So that is one thing we could do that is data driven. I think that priority rating scale that the parents, as far as what areas that are most important to them, that's big picture. And again, you already have that intuition because you're talking about an SRO. I mean, safety is everything, right? And behaviors are a concern amongst all three populations. And you're clearly doing things, but having the support of a law enforcement partner is tremendous too. I think those are the things I would do, is to look at the areas that maybe didn't grow as much as you hoped, where the percentile ranks continue to be not the Hastings Raider standard, and then also for those things where to put your limited resource, look at those priority ratings where you ask them what are the 4 most important things and go down through that list. Yeah, you bet.
Yeah, that sounds great.
Okay.
Great. Any other questions, comments?
All right, so I'm going to follow up with that percentile ranking of the parents and recommending the district in the morning, and then anything else, okay, I'm sorry.
We need a work session with him, so I would really like that. We're always looking to improve. I don't think there's ever enough room for improvement, so I would love to dive a little deeper into this.
Great.
All right, sounds good. All right. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Safe
It's nice to be
travels
back.
back.
Good to see you. Okay.
All right, next up on our agenda, we have our second SRO recommendation. We have Chief Wilski with us. Welcome.
Thank you, Board Chair, members of the board. I appreciate you inviting me back again for a discussion. I will tell you, I do not have a PowerPoint this time. We talked about that a couple of weeks ago. I'll go through a few points. I really want to offer you the opportunity to ask any questions from that last presentation. So it's great following that survey, I will say. One thing about that I always, I've been in law enforcement for 27 years. It's really important that students and staff feel safe. And to me, it's more important that they are safe. And that's really what I'm hoping for with this conversation tonight. There was a question last time I heard about after the fact that was raised about statistic disparity between the school discipline numbers and then the numbers that School Resource Officer Freeman and I presented. And I just want you to understand that in relation to that, our school resource officer is not a disciplinarian in the school. They don't enforce those school rules. They're there for a number of reasons. There's many pieces to that pie, but we leave that up to school officials. So those numbers that you saw were discipline-related student behaviors. That's not necessarily has any relation with the school resource officer. And I'm sure Dr. Champa can answer some of those questions as well, because I'm not part of that documentation when we talk about discipline, and neither is our school resource officer. They're often brought into the conversation about these issues, and then a determination might be made. It might be criminal in nature, but understand that is not the goal of a school resource officer, is to arrest students. Sometimes they have to by state statute, and sometimes there is a need to. Some of the other things that I'm going to be talking about also are kind of hard to hear when we have these conversations, but just understand this is the world that law enforcement lives in. We see people when they're at their worst, and sometimes we have to have those discussions. I take notes and I don't even follow them. I don't know why I do that. But when we talk about the SRO position, I think of it as a wheel of responsibility, and there are a couple of areas that are important. Fostering a positive school climate with students and staff. This is in our manual at the police department, and this is based off of recommendations from the Police Officers Standard and Training Board. They make model policies, and then police departments accept them. This all came from changes in the SRO statutory language that happened in 2023. Another piece of that pie is providing guidance and training on campus safety, crisis intervention. We've heard a lot about crisis intervention this evening. Just understand that all our officers that work in patrol and investigations have 40 hours of crisis intervention training. They actually bring in professional actors to go through some of that training, and that is used in the school. School Resource Officer Freeman uses those tools every week. Enforcing state and federal laws, which we talked about briefly. addressing immediate safety concerns and active threats. I think I know that when people talk about school safety, right away their mind reverts to what they've seen on the news. We watch local news, we watch national news, and it's all the violence that's happening in our state, at the local level, and in our country. And there are incidents, there are school shootings, and do I want to have a resource there to deal with that? Absolutely. But that's just a small percentage of why it's a benefit to have a school resource officer in the school. And then relationship building and a safe place for students to turn. Why is that important? The numbers I provided you a couple of weeks ago, some of the numbers that weren't in there are students get to know the school resource officers and they feel comfortable talking to them about what might be happening in their home life or outside of school. We have some students in the student body that have difficult environments at home and they need to talk to somebody, and it might be a school resource officer. Just to kind of regurgitate some of the numbers that I gave you last time we spoke, as a refresher, for 2024 year-to-date at the high school, we have 364 calls for service, and 37 of those turned into an actual case file where a report was completed and an investigation was completed. At the middle school, we're at 223 calls and 23 cases that are being investigated. I talked a little bit about proactivity versus reactivity. Right after COVID, we saw an increase in calls for service. I think there were some behavior issues related with that I'm sure staff also witnessed. At that time, Officer Willers was a school resource officer. He determined that he needed both an office in the middle school and an office at the high school because the calls for service were increasing at the middle school. And so he would split his time to the best of his ability. The elementary schools, unfortunately, didn't see a lot of service from the SRO because there just wasn't that available time. We could just see throughout the weeks and the years the amount of workload that he had and the reactive nature of the work rather than the proactive nature, and that has continued with Officer Freeman as well. We're seeing that, and she spoke about that a little bit last time when we met. Really, our goal is by adding another school resource officer, we'll have another resource that can be dedicated to the middle school, and then both school resource officers can give attention to the grade schools. Schools in the district, all schools, not just the high school and the middle school. So it's that whole really want to be proactive and not always reactive. And that's where we find ourselves right now. You know, and I can't help but bring this up, and not to bring up a bad memory, it was a learning experience, but a number of years ago when we had an incident and it affected the high school the most, and that was where we thought we had an active shooter, and it turned out it was not. The person who figured that out was a school resource officer, and they did it within 5 minutes of that activation. Had they not been in place, that would have prolonged that incident, which could have led to more injuries, damage to property, things like that. So I could talk to you all night about the benefits of having a school resource officer. I think you realize those. But as I was thinking about notes for this conversation, that kept popping up in my head because it was so impactful for me to hear him get on the air and say, everybody slow down, this is false, I know what happened, and then the follow-up afterwards. I think we're both trying to achieve the same goals, I know that we are, and that is increasing the safety. I think we saw that the parents are interested in that. I know as a city and as the police chief of police, I am very interested in this as well, making sure that student staff feel safe and that they are safe. And that is why it's our goal to add another school resource officer. But I'll entertain any questions that you might have, both from the presentation last week or questions that have popped in your head in the last couple of weeks. So I appreciate your time.
All right, questions? Comments? I guess, you know, full disclosure, I'm pretty proud to say that we developed this agenda before we knew the survey results. So knowing that we're focusing on the right things is very rewarding. And knowing that our top concern across the board is safety, and seeing and hearing that, frankly, some of the folks in our district don't necessarily feel safe. For me, I think that this is an important decision for us to make at this time. And to be clear, the decision that we're making tonight, the vote that we're going to have, is for next school year. So, you know, it's 1 year at this point. And I think we can see how it goes for the year if we're interested, and then, you know, look at it again a year from now, for example. And I guess I'm curious, so I'm assuming that you're envisioning that one school resource officer would be at the high school, one at the middle school, and then they would kind of float to the elementary schools as needed, as wanted type of thing.
Correct. That would be our goal, that they would be a dedicated resource both at the high school, the middle school, and then share responsibilities with the goal of having more time that they can go to at the grade school level as well. And if I could also comment, good on you for having a survey. We go through them at the city level, and they're difficult sometimes as leaders to see those results, but good for you for going through that.
Thank you. All right, any other questions, comments? Director Zuzek?
Mostly a question, a little bit of a comment before I make it. I know that one of the historical things I remember about having, when we had 2 SROs, one of the concerns that they would express to me was that they were often given investigations that happened for something that happened in the community over the weekend, and they felt like they were doing a lot of the work that could have been done by other investigators. And it was having an impact on their capacity to serve the schools, both from their perspective and my perspective. And so I make it, I suppose, as a cautionary comment, but I'm open to your feedback on that comment.
I appreciate that. That is not our practice right now, and it won't be our practice in the future. That's not to say that they will not consult with the school resource officer if they feel a juvenile was involved, because we're going to use our available resources. But actually assigning a case outside of school, especially during the school year, would not fall on the school resource officer. I did mention a couple of weeks ago that it has been our goal for a number of years to add an investigator, and that investigator will be starting in early 2025. So we're actually at staffing level now where we can add that investigator to strengthen our investigative division. Thank you.
All right, any other questions, comments? All right, thank you for joining us this evening.
Thank you for your time.
All right, next up, we have our Kennedy Privacy Restroom update.
And we have Sal Bagley here tonight with Wold, so thank you.
Yes, good evening, board members. Thanks for having me. So I'm happy to give an update on the design process for Kennedy Elementary School. I guess I'll start with schedule. Do you mind zooming in a little bit? Would that be possible to get a little bigger? I think when we get to the drawing, it'll be helpful. Okay, maybe on the next slide. So we started the design in October. We have had, Jen, remind me if we had 4 meetings, I think. I think it's been 4 meetings to talk through options, how we can best meet the criteria. So that's been with myself, Scott Stockdale, Jen Subert, Dr. Champa has joined 1 or 2 of them, and then of course Principal Kyle and Brent Anderson from maintenance custodial perspective. We are recommending for a project to be constructed next summer that you want to be out to bid in about mid-February. There have been long and challenging review period timelines at the state for plumbing and plan reviews. And so we just want to set you up to be able to do construction in the summer. So we're trying to allot appropriate amount of time for that. I suppose that would mean an award at a board meeting probably in early March, a couple weeks after bidding. Next slide. Oh, I can do it, right? So for those who might not be familiar with the floor plan at Kennedy, let's get back to that. Here's an overall floor plan, and then the bathroom grouping that has been discussed to be improved is kind of highlighted in that orange color. It is kind of in the heart of the classroom area, and that's one of the reasons why it was selected. So it'll be in close proximity to all of those classrooms on the plan eastern side of the building. So here's the proposed floor plan layout. I also have 3D images if some people are not floor plan readers, especially bathrooms are hard floor plans. So on this drawing, existing walls are gray and proposed new or reconstructed walls are in that darker black with the white in the middle. So that would be like a new stud wall with a tile finish on it. So what you're seeing here is the same footprint that is bathrooms today will be bathrooms in the future. So we're not making the bathroom grouping bigger or taking over any classroom space or any storage space. But we would open up the bathroom grouping. Actually, if anyone walked into the middle school the way I did today, you walked past a similar arrangement down by the cafeteria. And really what this does is it takes the toilets not being behind metal or plastic partitions, but being behind doors and walls. So what you're seeing here is that there are 7 toilets, each behind a door and a wall, as opposed to a partition. There are 2 bathrooms on the left-hand side, or the western side, that are accessible bathrooms. So we are required to provide a certain percentage of these to be designed around peoples with disabilities. And so those have grab bars and a few other features in them to make them accessible. And they also both are required to have a sink inside the bathroom to meet that accessible requirement. The back, kind of the upper left one, is just geometrically large enough that we can include a changing table as well, which might benefit school day functions as well. Then we have right to the right of that, there are 2 kind of in the middle. So those are the 2 ambulatory stalls. So those don't have to be quite as big, but they do have to have grab bars, another code requirement. And then there are 3 kind of just toilets in rooms. So 7 total, but there are really three types to make code compliance. Then when we're out in front of that, in the hand washing area, those little squares are sinks. So the idea would be that you do a half-height wall, you mount sinks on that. So you leave the bathroom, come out and do a common hand washing, not dissimilar to how many elementary schools had kind of the common hand washing, right? A little bit more supervisability, can make sure we actually are washing our hands. And then just some provisions for making sure we can have soap dispensers and paper towels. So that's what those other little boxes are. If people are not floor plan readers, I think the next image is a little bit of a 3D view. So this is like the ceiling or the roof are peeled off. We're looking down into it. So what you can see is the hallway wall proposed to have a couple of openings into it to actually allow people to come and go from this area. It was a specific request of the principal to have the sinks a little bit in 2 sections as opposed to all of them in one to allow a little bit more flow and function. And then you can see those doors in those 7 compartments. It is a requirement whenever you're doing a bathroom like this that hand washing area is supervisable from a public way. So that's really why a half-height wall or something like it is required, just so that you can actually see what's going on. They really want you to be able to see each of those 7 doors. Then I think I have an early 3D view, not proposed all be tan, right? We just started a design. We would have finishes and colors and things like that coming to you at a future meeting. But this is really what you would see if you were standing in the hallway looking at this space. So right now you would see a wall with doors that go into the boys and girls bathrooms. And this is proposed to be what that view would look like. So again, very clear visibility to those 7 doors, hand washing right on the other side of the half-height walls. We will need a little bit of those half-height walls to go up because we have to get the plumbing stack up through the roof. So just kind of a plumbing thing. We talked we might be able to get rid of that on the right-hand side and actually send it through the wall that's kind of on the edge of the page. But that anytime you have an island sink, that's always kind of a challenge. So it's not a large project, right? We're only touching about, 500, 550 square feet in the building. But I would love to take comments, questions, discussion topics, and anything I missed, Jen or Dr. Ciampa.
I do have some concerns with the design. So to be clear, we are required statutorily, I looked this up today, for planning purposes, we have to have provisions for providing a gender-neutral, single-user restroom at each school site. So that's what the statute says. So this is the reason that we're going down this path. So we have 7 stalls that are in the new plan. How many stalls are we replacing with this plan?
So it's a very similar number of toilets. What the loss is in urinals. And so do you mind going back to the floor plan view? So to get the appropriate clearance, I will also say that this bathroom grouping has plumbing challenges today and accessibility challenges today. So maybe not the chief reason why this project got started, but there's maybe ancillary benefits. So to get appropriate ADA clearances in those 2 stalls, you will have some loss of plumbing fixtures. That being said, you will far exceed the plumbing code requirements. Now so the plumbing code says you have X number of occupants, you need Y number of toilets. I would say that's a bare minimum for schools. Most schools really want more than that to have good functions, right? You want to take a whole class and have it be meaningful. You don't want long lines at passing time, not really an elementary topic. But so you far exceed code requirements for how many toilets, but it was a priority when we met with the design team to ideally not lose as many as possible, to the point that actually at one point we had 6 stalls across the back only, and we had kind of a reconfiguration to try to pop a 7th one in that kind of L-shape configuration. So that is an anxiety of the building.
So thank you for clearing that up. My real concern actually comes with, and I'm going to be blunt, little boys are not known for their capabilities in aiming well. So I'm concerned about the fact that there's no urinals in this design right now, because I'm thinking about the little girls and boys who are going to be going after these little boys and not expecting the janitors being there every 20 minutes to clean up. So that's my main concern, and I've heard other school, and I know that there's no other bathroom space in this area. So this is it for this clump of classrooms.
Yep.
And I have heard about other elementary schools, when they've done bathroom redesigns, this has been a major sticking point with parents and having their little girls and boys using urine-covered seats, frankly. So I guess my question is there room to either, 1, add urinals somehow, or 2, redesign it so that we have a limited number of stalls that are the unisex type, with like a urinal, a toilet, a sink, a changing table, something like that. Has that been considered?
I would say both of those options are on the table. So, and I would agree with you. Spaces such as this do increase cleaning needs, and that you'll hear that from anyone who's implemented them. So, your district is one of them. It would be possible to add with exactly the design as is, to add urinals to the 2 ADA stalls. So you could just supplement and add a urinal. I would say the challenge then is, how do you communicate that to users when they walk up to doors, knowing which ones are which? And then are we telling people that those are only for people who use urinals, right? So it can be confusing signage-wise. It would be code compliant, but I have done that where you put a urinal, you would actually kind of put it across the wall from the toilet. So it's like, toilet's on this wall and the urinal is kind of away from you. So we've certainly done that. And then your second question is there a different way to do this to be compliant with that statute? And the answer would be yes, right? I think the way that statute reads is that 1 would be compliant. Now, that being said, you can imagine what that would do to this bathroom grouping. So to do 1 in this location would be kind of like that the bottommost one. And you'd kind of have to take a bite out of the 2 bathrooms that are there today to get that to be compliant. I do think you'd have a loss of fixtures. So what we've been talking about with the design group is trying to maximize the number of toilets and not lose, while also fixing some of these plumbing things. So there was rationale for why it got to this point, but those are real concerns.
Yeah, I guess any other comments? Okay. Okay. Director Zuzek?
Another practical matter, there would be ample room for, in the design as is, for a mirror, for hooks, for a shelf. Because typically when you go into a private stall, you don't bring it with you.
Yep, I think, and mirrors are always an interesting topic in bathrooms like this. So I would say best practice is to have them in the 2 ADA stalls above the sink. For someone who wants to do grooming that's more private, picking my teeth. And then middle schoolers, for whatever reason, love to check their hair every time they go to the bathroom. So trying to get one out in the open. And we actually had a nice little debate about should we or shouldn't we, but yes, there's some details yet to come. We usually put a hook on the back of the door, right? If somebody wanted to hang a hoodie or a backpack or something like that.
Okay, other comments, questions? Director Brents?
Yeah, I appreciate these restroom designs and the ability to monitor student behavior and the safety of all students in these kind of designs. Gang bathroom designs is when we see stuff start popping. This mitigates a lot of that, so I appreciate this layout.
I did have I think it was, I'm trying to remember, somebody from our design team had the comment of, there is something that's not all bad about teaching people to be respectful when we're using spaces that's shared, right? So obviously there's a real problem to be solved, but also, you know, at home, most of us don't have urinals. And so if we can start that behavior at home and at school, you know, maybe it's teachable, but the things I talk about at board meetings sometimes, you know, but.
I'm going to disagree with the teachable comment on this. I have a son. I guess I personally, I can't get on board with this design for that reason. So I guess I'm wondering what other board members are thinking. If we want to have a vote later tonight, we would need to add an action item on how they would need to reconsider this. So looking for other commentary, I guess.
So also being a household with boys in it, I would love to see a urinal added to one of these bigger stalls.
For sure. Okay. Sorry, I didn't know that you were back there.
I do want to comment real quick on the cleanliness issue. So all of our kindergarten classrooms, we have 4 at Kennedy. They are all similar to the larger bathrooms here, and I haven't heard of complaints about that cleanliness in years or ever really in my tenure, besides some specific issues that we had to work through, but it wasn't about what you were talking about. So that has gone fairly successful. I do want to comment because we've talked a lot of good information on safety, and there are some unique things about this bathroom that, to my knowledge, when it was originally built, there's 2 doors that, maybe Lindy, can you point out those 2 doors?
Really get into that, yeah.
So right there, you're in the existing boys' bathroom, and it went into, now when you're right where she's at, it was the shower area, to my knowledge, that is now gone, but there's a doorway back in there, and that allows a maintenance, myself, and the custodians to get up to the roof access and to custodial storage. And there's another one in a girl's stall that none of us use because most of us males are going back in there. So it's there. It is a weird element in there, and we can remove that and permanently get different access into the roof access and custodial storage areas. So it does improve that experience for all, because you're literally, when I'm walking through, sometimes like Dr. Champa, when she came, we shared, sometimes we have to go up on the roof to get the office air conditioning running because it needs this reset. And literally, I've done it sometimes, and you're literally walking by a urinal to go up there to get up to do that action. And it just gives everybody that privacy, just like we talked about with the middle school bathroom here. I went to high school, obviously, here, and the auditorium, when we did a reinvestment, we redesigned that space to be more individual, so we all have our privacy rather than where you can look around and the gang style bathrooms. Let's do this the right way and clean some of that up. The other comment that I would have is there are no staff bathrooms in this area, which has been a huge irritation for staff for a long time. And so it would allow us to have that privacy so that during the school day, you did a bunch of stuff, but it's a minute left before prep time ends. They can get to the bathroom in a close proximity to where they teach and get back to being with kids. Would be another big thing that this does help solve. So I did push heavy to try to maximize the number of toilets that we could have, because all of them are going to matter. We have 5 current toilets and 3 urinals. So we're trying to keep as many of those options so that when kids have to go, we can flow that nicely and get them back into learning.
So I just want to make sure I'm clear. So the girls, both the girls and the boys' bathrooms are being gutted.
Yes.
And removed. So this is truly the only area where everybody will have to go. In that hallway.
In this wing.
In that hallway. Yep.
And like Sal mentioned, it is the vast majority. So it's almost all of second grade, all of 3rd grade, and then music, art, and if you're in the computer lab and the library area, you're all funneling into that space.
Yeah, to give a little context, almost at the very left-hand side of the screen right now, they're a little bit more to the left. There's 2 bathrooms right across the hall from the main office. Yep, so that would be, there's a bathroom grouping there, and then there's a bathroom grouping in kind of to the north, but which other locations were pondered, right? But this is kind of the most centrally located.
And students aren't necessarily, like the students in this wing aren't necessarily allowed to walk to the other hallways to use those bathrooms, correct?
We discourage it. Sometimes they will navigate because if they're a first grader, they might try. And sometimes like, well, your closest one is this way, just like we've talked about with the middle school. Training them, this 8th graders belong here, 6th graders belong here. That's what we try to do. And like Mr. Brunn said, having that literally, they are going to have increased privacy if we achieve this. But if we had 5 kids go into stall number 3 and there was an issue there, it's much clearer to say which 5 kids, 3 kids do we need to talk through to see what happened in that chain of events versus now it's quite a few kids and it's hard to say what happens when they go in there because they do have privacy, but it's like what really did happen in that space, it would just be tighter and clearer and it's just a better experience and moving forward this to be decades in the right way versus a few summers ago, Pinecrest had a reinvestment and they did the stalls, the toilets, the existing toilets and the plumbing, but we kind of left everything status quo. And even Mr. Baker has said, well, it'd be nice to have X and Y be done differently now to give more privacy for all students and staff in that building. So if we could do that, it just makes sense to do it on the front side rather than change it after a few years.
So my other question is, do we know roughly what we're expecting this to cost?
The total project budget is $500,000, so it's a blend of a $75,000 Department of Education grant and then the remainder from LTFM.
Okay, and then do we know how much, like potentially, because I'm the other piece of me is cost, right? How much it would cost to do like the one statutorily required restroom that's unisex and fully equipped with everything and fix the plumbing issues that are currently existing?
I suppose I would ask myself if that one statutorily required one, if this would be the right spot or not, because I do think you'd lose student space to accomplish it. So I think we'd probably have to go back to, if you were only going to do one single-use restroom in the building, I think we'd probably stop and ask ourselves if this was the right spot. I would say a single user, if you're starting from scratch, creating a single user restroom where there is no bathroom today, like pick a classroom and take a corner out of it or something, that's pretty different than somewhere that's already plumbing intensive. So that's one of the benefits here is the back wall is already the plumbing wall and all the toilets are staying there.
If Lindy, if you could zoom in really tight to the first grade bathroom, that one, but really tight into that, we might be able to get a picture.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of hallway access to go around the sinks, so I don't know where you would carve out to create another student private bathroom because it's all, the sinks are right in the middle and you have to walk around to get access to the fixtures behind it, if that makes sense. Because this is a pretty good representation of the 2nd grade bathroom that we would redesign, or we're proposing to redesign.
Yeah, they are similar. In either location, I would say you would lose, at least 2 toilets. No, you'd gain 1 back in the room. So, I guess I will say it would be less expensive to touch less square feet. I mean, that's a pretty basic equation of the more square feet we touch, the more money it is, right? So I would say it would be less expensive to do a single user one somewhere in the building as long as it was already a place with plumbing. There may be a consequence of loss of fixtures that would be a different priority than we've been doing.
Okay. Director Biermeyer?
The aiming issue aside, I understand that this is probably a huge problem with the age of the building too. I mean, so if you start tearing, plumbing is not, that's a pretty old building. So the use of the urinals, although I think would be great, I am kind of like, I like this. The maintenance of urinals always bothered me. I was a restaurant owner and walking into a bathroom with a running urinal is the most irritating thing in the world. And it seemed like it was always something maintenance-wise that becomes more of a problem. So I do think that solves some of that also, saving some water. I walked into this building not too long ago, and I walked into a running urinal, and it just kind of irritates you, but it's just one of the the maintenance part of it, I actually think this might be a good proposal.
Back to the aiming, the girls have the opportunity to go to the other restrooms though too, correct? Throughout the day, would there be enough time if they wanted to choose one of the other bathrooms that would have?
Yeah, I mean, they're trained a little bit on where is the nearest one, but if they had a desire, like, there isn't hallway monitors per se, going through that, but, yeah.
Yeah, I guess your comment about the kindergarten bathrooms, one thing, kindergartners are shorter than others. So anyway, the other thing I'm thinking about is the ratio of kids, the ratio of kindergarten boys using one bathroom versus the ratio of boys that would be using these, I'm imagining is significantly higher. So I'm just still mulling this over, I guess. Any other concerns or comments or questions? Director Millen?
I was just gonna say, I like the setup of this bathroom, but I also like possibly adding the urinals and the larger stalls. I think then it gives people options. So kids options, that would be my input.
Okay, I'm gonna make a motion to add this as an item to vote on later, specifically to vote on the Kennedy privacy restroom design. So looking for a second.
Second, Dressley.
All right, any discussion? All right, all those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. We'll add this item onto a single action or an individual action item. It'll be the first one after consent. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, and next up we have our audit presentation. What?
Just welcome tonight. We have with us Erin Nielsen from MMKR. So welcome and thank you for persevering with the time.
Very good. Thank you very much. I appreciate the chance to be here tonight. That's always kind of the best part about the audit for me is the wrap up and the culmination of all the work that went into it. So another sidebar comment. I know everybody's excited to hear the audit presentation, but I'll share with you a boring audit presentation is the best one to receive. When they're exciting, you generally don't want to be receiving those. So we have put together a PowerPoint that I intend to I'll run through it probably pretty quickly. I understand the board has received the financial information ahead of time, had some presentations. Some have received it more than once. So I just want to introduce it as a topic for the public that the audit has been completed and share with you. I'm sure there's no surprises in the report I'm going to share with you tonight, but I'll go through it. And if there's any questions, I'd be happy to try to answer them at the end of the presentation. With that, I'll just start again. As mentioned, my name is Erin Nielsen. We're with the independent auditing firm of MMKR. We've issued 3 reports with the completion of the audit: the financial statements, the management report, and then the corrective action plan. And I'll just address the corrective action plan right away, that there were no findings. So it's really just a blank sheet that has to go with the single audit to say that there were no findings this year. So with that, if I'll work my way through the slides here and try to keep us on the same slide I'm speaking to. The audit results, as I already spilled the beans, we've issued what is known as an unmodified or a clean opinion on the financial statements. So exactly what you're looking for in terms of the financial statements stating accurately the financial position as of June 30th, 2024, and the results of operations for the year then ended. We issue a report on internal control over compliance, internal control and compliance for the financial audit. That's with regard to government auditing standards. I'm going to move to the next slide. We issue the Office of the State Auditor's Minnesota Legal Compliance Manual Opinion with regard to a testing of 7 broad categories within the Legal Compliance Manual. And then we have our report on the single audit of federal awards. You receive well in excess of the $750,000 threshold requiring that additional testing. And we, as you can see, we've issued a clean opinion on that CFA that is fairly stated in relation to the financial statements as well. And with all of those areas, we had no material weaknesses and internal controls to report and no instances of non-compliance. So exactly what you would be looking for from the audit presentation. The next several slides are just some information. I know some of it's somewhat been covered with earlier presentations. We've got the enrollment over a 10-year period. We included in the audit presentation because your funding, the largest funding source, follows the number of students you're serving. And so you can see that ADM, or adjusted average daily membership, compared to prior year in the past 10 years. So I put the slide up that has the total amount in your management report. We show the percentage change, and as mentioned, you've been dealing with declining enrollment for several years. I think each one of these years shows a slight decrease each year. This slide, the next several slides, we focus on the general fund, the primary operating fund for the district, all the school districts we work with, the primary fund. The general fund here, the financial position, where we grabbed three key indicators: cash and investments, unrestricted fund balance, and expenditures. And really just that comment I wanted to share is you can see the district has maintained a stable financial position for many years, as you can see with this graph here before you. A little more detail of the components of equity, and you can even get more detail within your financial statements on the general fund. But just a broad perspective looking at the individual various components of fund balance for the general fund. Non-spendable being prepaids and inventory. Restricted, generally state restricted funds you receive, long-term facilities, capital, basic skills funding that's unspent at year end that you have to spend in a particular fashion. Unrestricted category, those are dollars that are at the control of the district. Committed has to be determined before year end and by the highest level of governance. So the school board has to make that call. You've maintained the same committed fund balances for many years, and the process to calculate those. You can see we've got assigned fund balance. The key there that I wanted to point out, the first 4 years, 2020 through 2023, the assigned amounts we are showing there are simply when the district had adopted a budget to deficit spend. So those dollars at the time of the audit presentation, you've really called them out that you're using them in the current year you're operating under. This year, you've elected to assign certain dollars that with the financial results at year end for specific purposes. We often see that with districts we work with. This year you added some new assignments for capital purchase timing, site improvements, safety and security, and curriculum that we wanted to make sure we called out. Non-spendable, I know the board's aware, but just for the public, a little bit timing of some of the non-spendable dollars. Well, they're non-spendable now because you've already spent them, and they've been utilized for prepaid items such as insurance. I believe the other component, larger component, was textbooks, timing of textbooks coming in that increased the non-spendable components. So a key cost, the dollars have gone out the door, but you can't respend them because they're going to be for that purpose. I have just a couple more slides for the general fund. So the first one, we look at the general fund revenue compared to budget, actual, and to the prior year. Big picture for your district, the general fund, your primary operating fund this past year had $67.5 million of activity to give you that scale of the general fund. I often say as a conservative auditor and accountant, I'm always looking for over budget when it comes to revenue, and you were successful with that. Revenues came in favorably compared to what was anticipated in the budget, within 1.7%, so very close to what was anticipated. And actually, you can hardly see the gap between property taxes to budget, state sources and federal sources, and they were all just slightly under budget, but that was more than offset by that over budget or favorable variance in the other category. And the key difference that we're seeing there is investment earnings. There was improved investment results this year, and really kind of the common message I'm saying at all my school districts this past year. It's been an area districts have benefited from only in recent years. Otherwise, we've had very little in the budget for investment earnings, so a positive there that we're seeing some improvements. The other comment we always make is that state sources of concentration, where you're reliant on the state for a majority of your funding for the general fund. This past year, general fund state sources accounted for 69% of the revenues for the general fund. I have a similar slide for the expenditures budget to actual to prior year. As you can see here, the total spending this past year was $64.3 million. Again, as a conservative accountant, we like to see your budgets with management and controlling what was approved by the board for spending and spending within those, which the district did, coming in under budget. But there was an increase over the prior year, which you anticipated with setting that budget. We had some open positions this past year. The district had open positions. The timing of capital project spending impacted capital expenditures in comparison to prior year, as well as what was anticipated in the budget, really accounting for the majority of that variance this past year. When you look at your general fund, the expenditures are largely in salaries and benefits, what we see with all the districts we work with to educate your students, making up about 73% of the general fund spending this past year. So as you can see, the tight budgetary controls that you have in place for the general fund and, well, across the district, all budget pieces, you can see that helped maintain where your fund balance is and the overall financial position for the district. I have a quick slide here for the remaining operating funds, so the food service special revenue fund and the community service special revenue fund. These are much smaller in size in relation to the general fund, so when you look at each of these, we've shown the year-end equity balance or that fund balance at just under $1 million in the food service fund and a little over $330,000 in the community service fund. So both of these did anticipate a planned spend down this past year, but the operating results were slightly better than what was anticipated. So that decrease wasn't quite as much as was approved with the final budget that was adopted. And just a couple more slides. So we have the internal service funds where the district utilizes those for self-insured activities of the district, your self-insured health benefits for participants, as well as self-insured dental. And I know the district has been managing this area and monitoring it, but you can see the impact of health claims has really been a challenge. And with the increases seen this past year, you did increase your premiums. As you can see, the charges for services increased. So the change in operating income loss was similar. It was actually improved compared to the prior year, but largely because of the improved investment earnings within that operation. So while I'd share you do have healthy reserves within the internal service fund, it's just a good area. You got to keep your monitoring how to manage that as the equity changes, and you've seen decreases each of the past 3 years. And I'd say the focus is really the health fund. The dental fund actually saw an increase this year, and it's the health fund that is seeing the change so much. And then our last slide here is just the district-wide presentation. So it's probably the most challenging to swallow all in one slide here, but to this point, we've been talking about the individual operations of the district by fund, which I truly believe is how you're operating the budget, operating the school district throughout the year. The look of the individual governmental funds is a short-term perspective, so we don't capture capital assets of the organization or those long-term obligations. So it's a narrower focus of spendable resources, what you have available to utilize to educate your students or other programming needs within the district. The current reporting model allows you to get a long-term perspective, and that's this entity-wide presentation. So we consolidate all of the district's funds, the governmental funds. So we've tried to provide you show how we get there on an entity-wide net position basis. So we start with all your governmental funds at the top, and then we've tried to detail out what the bigger changes are to get to an entity-wide. We add your capital assets. we account for your bonds that are outstanding that purchase that infrastructure for the organization. We had the pension obligations, the OPAB obligations, and then other adjustments, which tends to include your internal service funds. So you can see from an entity-wide long-term perspective, so we were generally saying favorable things about the fund balance improving, the financial position improving on a fund basis with the previous slides. You also are seeing that on an entity-wide basis as well on the long-term perspective. Net investment in capital assets, just a slight decrease this year. That's driven by how fast you're paying your debt off compared to depreciation. And you're one of my only districts that happen to be able to capitalize with there's a certain bond that you're putting money into a sinking fund. So if that were a traditional bond, you probably would have seen an increase in that category. But those dollars are going into a restricted component and driving the increase that we see in restricted. And I think it's next year that that bond is paid off. So in actually February coming up here. So that'll make quite a swing in just those two components where restricted will go down, the net investment in capital assets will go up. Which you'd think would be exciting, but it's all tied up in your infrastructure, so you wouldn't be able to spend that change next year. Unrestricted, the increase we're seeing there really is the change that we saw with the pension adjustments, as you can see. So the net pension adjustments through the statewide pension plans, PERA, TRA, saw an improved funding level that we're reporting within your financial statements, which then impacted the unrestricted component, as well as what we talked about with the general fund. So with that, I think I got through all my slides, and I appreciate the chance to be here and wanted to thank your staff. Again, they were very prepared for the audit as we got here prior to us getting here, which is much appreciated. And they also got to implement another auditing standard this year with changes in capital assets. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Or? All right, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I just want to say thank you to Ms. Subert and her team on all of their efforts with everything you do every day to keep us in good shape here, especially when I see a story in the news about a certain school district who had a big issue recently. So these things can happen, and appreciate everything you do.
Thank you.
So I'm going to say it's 8:09. So let's call a 6-minute recess here and come back at 8:15. 6 minutes, yes, Phil.
5 minutes.
All right. Coming back into session here. It's 8:15. Next up, we have our comprehensive achievement and civic readiness presentation with Mr. Hodges. Welcome.
Thank you. So I'm here to present on the Comprehensive Achievement and Civic Readiness Plan, formerly World's Best Workforce. You can go, oh, I have a clicker here, sweet. All right, so just a little background here. This is our 24-25 update on what was formerly World's Best Workforce, now Comprehensive Achievement and Civic Readiness. 5 goals for this Comprehensive Achievement and Civic Readiness, with one of them being brand new, which is the lifelong learning goal. There used to be the goal for reading goal on here, which was removed because it went on to the READ Act from now on. You'll notice as I go through here, similar to last year, we include more goals than just the comprehensive achievement and civic readiness goals in this presentation. And I'll detail in here why in just a moment. But really it's kind of high level. It's because a lot of these areas are intertwined. What we do really isn't separated from each other, and so if we include all of these goal areas, they really work together and help us. Kind of what I mentioned earlier, when we work with the principals and those goals all align together, they help us to move forward in a more aligned fashion, even quicker, and better use our resources. World's Best Workforce, and now Comprehensive Achievement and Civic Readiness, was developed so that all public schools in Minnesota create strategic plan goals that are aligned towards the same goal areas across the state, and therefore work towards these greater goals in the state of Minnesota. In Hastings, we have also done this with our other goal areas. We have our mission and vision, as well as our core values and strategic anchors that we utilize when we look at drafting goals. Whether they were these goals or some of our other goals, to ensure that our goals are working together in alignment so that we are maximizing our ability to achieve our goals. We make sure that we look at our mission, vision, core value, strategic anchors as we are drafting all of these areas. These include our A&I goals, our title goals, our goals around MTSS, and other grant areas that we might be receiving. So you'll see here along the bottom, those different areas. So kindergarten readiness is part of CACR. Read at grade level is the READ Act. Achievement Gap CACR. College and career readiness CACR. Same as all students graduate. Excellent teachers is a different area. We are going to touch on that though, because it's really important to all of these areas. And then lifelong learners as well. That's the new goal area that we'll discuss as well at the end. We are going to see a lot of strategies that overlap on a lot of these different goal areas. So they'll come up more than once. And we have strategies that you see here that are kind of overarching strategies as well, that also might not come up on every slide, but they are behind a lot of these different goal areas. And so we have areas like our cadence of rate of responsibility that we looked at earlier tonight, our different, like our director and principal goals. We look at our technology program that we talked about. We heard about our one-on-one technology when we looked at our needs of when students need to use their technology earlier at our results. And our increase in aligned systems for support for academic and emotional development. And that one's going to come up in a few different areas as well. And so we'll see these strategies come up, but we have these overarching strategies because they work together to make sure that we're achieving all these different goal areas. Getting into our first area is all children ready for school. Our district goal is that To ensure all students are ready for school, the percentage of students who meet district criteria, the identification of 13 upper and lowercase and 8 letter sounds will increase from 47.1% to 50% upon entering kindergarten. As you can see, the results from the prior 2 years, when we're looking at the both category to meet this goal, we have not been getting there. In fact, it's been pretty flat at the 39%. The strategy last year that came in with the Haggerty training and the implementation there, I believe is the main driver for that shift to the 48.6% change in that both category there. And that's huge. I mean, this is a goal area where we don't control a whole lot of the inputs. We have students at Tilden in our pre-K program. We have students who might attend some of our other programming through community education before they attend kindergarten, or families who attend with their children, some of those programs. But if they don't participate in any of those programs and come to us in kindergarten, they still are participating in this goal area. I met with the Tilden leadership team earlier this week, and they talked about how before COVID in 2019, 2020, they were talking about wanting to, and they had been reaching out to area daycares and preschools to talk about how they could work together in aligning on some of these areas. And we talked a little bit about, like, is that something we'd want to look at again in the future? And that's something that, again, is an input that might help in this goal area as well. But getting up to that 48.6 is a huge jump in 1 year. I mean, it's massive. And I really think, again, that it really goes to that Haggerty training and on that phonemic awareness. I mean, there's other areas as well. I mean, having teachers that are getting that training, teachers that are really dedicated. We go back to that goal, I think 6 of having excellent teachers is huge in that area. This year as well, an additional strategy is added some VPK seats at our pre-K. Met with, again, the leadership team looking at adding additional seats, hopefully next school year, again, would continue to be an input for this goal area that could see this area continue to grow over the years. The community feedback session we had a couple of weeks ago. We met over at the Curriculum Center, and if you just imagine, there was like posters all over the walls, and each of these slides was up on the wall, and I like to make people get up and walk around during sessions, so be nice if we could do that here too, but it wouldn't be as easy for the cameras. And they had sticky notes, and what they did is they walked around and they wrote down their noticings and their wonderings about results and about strategies, and then they also wrote down some of their ideas for either future goals or thoughts about future goals maybe, or like what are we not looking at, and then also strategies. And so after each slide where we look at some of these, we're also going to look at what some of the feedback was from the community. And so looking at this one, some of their noticings and wonderings, and I'm not going to read everything on here. I'm going to look at some of the really big highlights on here. So one of them was that we're really having this intentional instruction and monitoring our instruction in pre-K, and they thought that was really important, that we do really do that in pre-K, and that was a learning moment for some of them, and not all of the community members there had students go through our pre-K program. They noted that there wasn't an explicit goal for SEL. I did speak with some of them that is covered under our TS Gold assessment. So we do go through that. It's just not covered in this area. And they wanted to look at how could we bridge some supports and bring some of our high school students who are interested in teaching down into the pre-K maybe, and see if maybe that could be kind of a bridge and kind of spark some of my thoughts on some of our pathways update we'll get to later as well. Anyway, going back to strategies, that comes up again, that talk about working with local daycare providers. They also talked about that. And expanding ECSE evening opportunities and increasing the number of kids in pre-K. The pre-K transportation came up as well, wondering if that could ever be a possibility. It was something that they wondered about. There was a few sticky notes about that. All right, our second goal area is part of the READ Act, students reading at grade level. The READ Act is all students reading at grade level in all grades. That's the goal of the READ Act. When we look at what is our reality and how do we build towards that, I looked at how could we really, in the next few years, start competing with some of the top school districts in the state at their reading levels. And some of the top school districts in the state, if you look at Edina, Minnetonka, are at 75% in 3rd through 8th grade plus 10th grade MCA reading scores. So how can we start to get up there? If we're hovering around 50%, we've got a little ways to go. So we've got to start going up. We've got some great strategies already in place this year. We have core training that teachers are engaging in. We have our new K-5 literacy curriculum. We have some great MTSS investments. We have our last MTSS session coming up in December with the state, and I actually have a meeting tomorrow about how we're going to continue to work on that after those sessions are over. And then bringing in fast bridge assessments through 8th grade now for reading as well. So we're having that progress monitoring taking place 3 times a year. So we're able to progress monitor that. Our reading, and then also use that data for our MTSS programming all the way through 8th grade now is phenomenal. We have our multi-level English language learner programming with programming handbook has been created last school year. So we have that established. So there's been some really great strategies and investments taking place this school year. But like I said, we have a ways to go in this area to continue to develop and build, and we are committed to getting up there in that 75% range to where we're going beyond some of those school districts, Edina, Minnetonka, where they're at the top, that 75% range. The noticings and wonderings here were, do we have access to support over breaks? What are we able to provide students and families over things like a winter break or a summer break if they're not able to take advantage of other programming, especially over the summer in regards to reading? Questions about, do we have reading interventionists at the high school level especially? The parents knew we had them in elementary and middle school, but wondered what does that look like at high school if students are still struggling to read? And they noticed that we did have a lot more investments in our MTSS programming in how we are progress monitoring students and providing supports to students. The strategies, again, you'll see there, more academic interventionists at the high school is something that they were wanting to see. And then increased support for ELLs, our English learner students, which is a population that we've seen increasing, especially this school year. Our third goal area, all racial and economic gaps closed. You'll see this one really is our achievement integration goals here, combining with our comprehensive achievement and civic readiness goals. And so our goal number 1, increase the number of students of color and Native American students who enroll in AP, CTE, and CIS courses from 18 in 2019 to at least 40 in 2025. And last year, that number was 130. So clearly meeting that goal, clearly exceeding that goal at this point. Really driven by, we've got some increase in courses through CVTC. I knew there's a lot of acronyms. CVTC, and so I think that's had a huge impact. Students don't have to take the AP test to get their college credit. That it really opens doors for students who may not have taken an AP class before, but really want to get a college credit course. The goal number 2, increase the number of teachers trained in culturally responsive teaching to 100% by 2025. And last year there was culturally responsive professional development taking place across the district. This year there is strengths training taking place across the district as well. Number 3 is an area hasn't been taking place the last couple of years in our achievement integration plan. The districts that we were working with were no longer working with us. They left to go work with some other districts. And so we are now working with Farmington, We are partnering with them starting this year. We've had 2 meetings with them, and our middle school and their middle school are going to be working together to bring students together and start to work towards this goal. And so, again, we don't have baseline data because it's going to be an interesting year because it's going to be a baseline year and a year where we're collecting all the data at the same time. But at least it's something that we're able to start doing in this area where we haven't been doing something in this area. Number 4, increase the 4-year graduation rate of students qualifying for free and reduced lunch education benefits. Free and reduced education benefits by 3% each year. 22-23 was 82.7%. Sorry, am I reading that wrong? Sorry, 82.7%. Yep. And then there is no 23-24 because it's a year delayed. Sorry. The previous year, it was 78.8%. So that was a 3% increase. So that was a goal met area as well. The strategies here, I had to put it on a separate page because there's so many goals on this one. The line there shows that above ones were our new strategies. The completion of the MDE, MN, MTSS training coming up here in December, and the creation of the MTSS handbooks, the elementary and secondary handbooks, the academic interventions provided at all levels within the district, the ARC coaches at the elementary and secondary levels, the addition of AVID at the middle school this year, the hiring of our Native American liaison, who is phenomenal, and our collaboration with Farmington Middle School. And we're planning, sorry, I should have said this. We're planning an in-person summit with Farmington coming up this spring to bring students together. Noticings and wonderings from the community. No goal based on economic gaps. It's an area, if I go back a couple slides, all racial and economic gaps closed, and we don't have a goal here specifically calling out, other than the one about graduation rates, no other goal on economic gaps. Are there other ways to measure and set goals in this area for EL students, for economic gaps, and having specific gap measures? That one was more looking at, like, are we looking at MCAs? Are we looking at specific test areas, things like that? Would we want to look at gap measures on any assessments like that? Can be kind of a hard target because you're looking at non-cohort students typically in that regard. You're comparing this year's third graders to last year's third graders sometimes, unless you're comparing third graders to fourth graders, but then it's sliding scale because it's different content. So it's always a little hard to do that in some regards. Strategies that they were looking for is to use more disaggregated data to set, monitor, and adjust course, and would depend on if additional goals were set to have more strategies. Number 4, all students college and career ready. Again, going back to that achievement integration SMART goal number 1, it's the same goal we looked at in goal number 3. I went ahead and split out the results that we looked at before. So AP, we had 29 students, CIS 78, and CTE 67. If you add those numbers up, you might get a little confused. That's because there's overlap in those numbers to get to that 130. So some of those students one student might be taking an AP class and a CIS class. So they would be counted twice in that area. Again, those are pretty much the same strategies then listed on this goal area as we saw in the previous goal area, because it's the same goal listed for number 4, achievement integration SMART goal number 1, as we saw in number 3, achievement integration SMART goal number 1. Similar feedback we saw here. They said the strategies did support the goal. They said it'd be nice if we had a definition on career ready. What do we mean when we say career ready here at Hastings? Strategies lean on the alumni at the high school to build connections and speak to current students. Set a goal about number of students who successfully attend or graduate college would be an interesting goal, they thought. Support parents with readiness strategies for kids would be an interesting strategy. Financial, college credit scholarships, some more education for families on that. And then transportation for more experiences for kids. Getting kids more career experiences, getting out in the community, more college experiences so they could visit more and so they could really explore those areas. Again, we'll talk maybe more about that with some of our pathways work today or in the future. Goal number 5, all students graduate. The Hastings School District will continue to strive to ensure all students graduate. Again, this is kind of a lagging, so every time it says like 23, 24, it actually means like the previous year. So we're kind of constantly hovering around between 93 to 95, around 94, and not really bumping beyond that 95% mark. And that's something that the parents really notice too. So we have our strategies, we have our academic interventions, our MTSS, we have our ARC coaches at the high school, we have our achievement integration plan focusing on closing gaps, we have our partnerships for support, our community in the schools, our counselors, but when our community took a look at this, they were wondering, why are we still hovering around the same number and not seeing a lot of movement after several years? Are interventions needed earlier? Different interventions needed earlier academic-wise, or do we need more interventions at the high school academic-wise to increase graduation? Are there commonalities with those who are not graduating that we dig into? Are we seeing similar reasons for why kids are not graduating? Are we asking those questions? Are we digging into that? They were wondering. And so that goes into that strategy there. Number 6, all students have access to excellent teachers. So this one looks at ensure that teachers are all highly qualified, tier 3 and 4. And so what we're looking at is, are we having all of our teachers at that tier 3 and 4 level, where tier 1 and tier 2, tier 1 and 2 teachers don't have to have that education degree. Tier 2 teacher is working towards it. A tier 1 teacher doesn't have to be working towards it. They could also be a teacher. This one gets a little tricky because they'd also be a teacher who's from the workforce teaching in a career tech ed course too. So it's a little tricky on that regard on a definition on highly qualified teacher versus excellent teacher. So language on the goal areas could be something to look at. But if you look at the trend there, we went from 22, 23, where we had 2 tier 1, 2 teachers, then we went to 4, and then 4 again this year when you add them all up. So staying at about the same number, but total percentage-wise across the district, we're at about 1%. So not a lot of change in that area, which I would say 99% is a really high number. So like really, really high. Their noticings and wonderings were very similar. There was a very low percentage or very low number and percentage of tier 1 and 2 teachers. They wondered if there's a commonality. Are most of our tier 1 and 2 teachers in the same subject areas, for instance? Are we seeing them all in like CTE for a reason? Are they all in like, social studies? Like, are they all in the high school? Are they all in the middle school? They just wondered if there was a trend. And they wondered, does tier 1 and 2 always mean that they're not excellent? The strategies that they were wondering is, should we be looking at reaching out to like hire more so we don't have tier 1 or 2 teachers? Again, 99%. Tier 3 and 4 is a really high number. So like work study with local universities, internships, recruit from nearby universities, focus on retention. We've heard that is something that we're doing really well at. Promoting our work and choose Hastings was something that they were talking about as well. All right, this is the new area. Prepare students to be lifelong learners. This is the new goal area. And so this one's a little interesting because you can go a whole lot of different ways with prepare students to be lifelong learners. And when looking at this goal area and looking at where kind of we're going as a district with some of our strategic planning at the high school, and then building out from there, I looked at high school students identifying a post-secondary cluster or pathway to pursue. And I thought that would be an interesting goal if 90% of students felt supported in their college and career interests. in high school. And the reason I thought that would be an interesting goal is because if we started with our high school students feeling that they were supported in their college and career interests, that would increase their engagement at the secondary level. And then the future plan is to lean into that work and start to see how do we build that out now down into the middle school? And how do we build in more of that college and career readiness interest into our middle school? And I don't mean shifting a whole bunch of stuff. I just mean like building the interest, like just lessons and things like that, and exposure, field trips, things like that, bringing some fun projects that build onto what we're doing in the high school in the future. We could also see that as well, that engagement in that lifelong learner combining to that college and career readiness that we also are building onto as well. So I thought it could be an interesting merging of those two areas and seeing how it really engages students. There's all that research that students come in at like pre-K kindergarten and they're like super, super engaged and enthused and can't wait to go to school. I've got a kindergartner and she like comes home beaming every day from school. She loves it. She's got a binder. She like still studies. And I'm like, what are you doing? And then like, I've got a second grader and you already see it, right? Like they start to slip a little in that enthusiasm. And I was a middle school principal and I was a high school principal, right? And you start to see that start to slide. So like, if we can adjust that slide, we might see that difference where students really start to become more engaged and wanting to continue to be lifelong learners. So I thought that could be an interesting goal to set for this area. Some of the noticing and wonderings from the community were, how do we incorporate more goal setting with students? How do we have students have more opportunities who aren't often included and support students who are not interested in college as the next step? There's a lot of research out there that almost half of students aren't going to a four-year college right after graduating from high school. So how are we supporting students who aren't going right after to a four-year or who aren't going to go to a four-year and are pursuing other trades or military or other interests? How are we making sure that we're helping them pursue those interests as well? Some strategies looking at like a freshman academy or seminar courses where we're helping students find those pathways, ongoing pathway support over the 4 years at the high school, having exposure at the middle school to the pathways work, also elementary, integrating the community into the work and having hands-on learning experiences. Ooh, all right, so our request is for approval of continuing to approve our comprehensive achievement civic readiness goals for this school year, continuing with our current goals, and then also looking at what would we want to in the future and continuing the conversation with strategic planning, which I know we're continuing to do this year, and having that conversation then build like what do we want our future goals to be with the feedback we have from the community this year, the strategic planning feedback, what might we continue to draft these goals in the future then? And any questions?
So I don't have, you answered all the questions that I had asked, and I really appreciate the way you put the presentation together because it really does give a good overview of what you guys are working towards. So I really appreciate that. I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you. My previous presentation, I converted it from Canva on my phone, and it did not look like this. It was all jumbled together.
Any other questions, comments? No? All right, yeah, Director Civic?
Does that require a vote? Okay.
We will vote on this later, yes.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for the very comprehensive overview.
Oh, there it is.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And you can stay right there.
Oh, yep. Okay. Oh, well, next up we have the Thailand.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thailand trip request.
So this request, all the information is here for you. So this would be a new trip. It would be offered to students in grades 9 through 12. It does not have a specific curriculum area that it is tied to or being offered to. And Mr. Dorn has stated that there is not another trip in 2026.
And this is another item that we're voting on later tonight. So are there any questions? Open to all high schoolers. All right. Thank you.
Did you want to look at that request at all, just at the cost or before people?
Sure. Yeah, so in the trip approval form, we've got a cost of approximately $5,300 per student. So in the past, we've talked about equitable opportunities, looking at multiple opportunities for students to choose from, some that perhaps are not as expensive as others, type of a thing. So those were previous board conversations on the big trips kind of thing. All right, anything else? All right. And it looks like they need a minimum of 12 to participate, so. All right, thank you. And then next up, we have our pathways update.
All right. So this one will be a little briefer, but this is our pathways update, and this one's pretty exciting. So what we have here on the right-hand side there is the cover of our new registration guide at the high school for our pathways registration guide. And we're gonna look at an example here in just a minute on that as well. But really the big update here, and I've got kind of 4 areas here, is I'm gonna go back in time to October 22nd. Now you might have heard about this already, but we brought together a team from the high school over at the Curriculum Center. Again, I made them all get up a bunch and put sticky notes and write things down a lot. But what we did there is we gathered for a full day to draft the initial pathways guiding statement and to draft potential pathways opportunities. And what we did for that, especially that second part, that was the most of the day, is we had to look at like what are all the courses we have at the high school, and then we had to look at the Minnesota career clusters and how do these courses match up with the different career clusters? So we had like 4 copies of every course, and they had to like match them up and write them down. Then we had to print more because sometimes they matched more than one cluster. Then they had to put them all in order of like which ones went to which cluster. And then we see there's 15 classes that go to this one area, like STEM, more than 15. And then like all these others. And then we could see like, where do we naturally fall amongst all of the clusters? So where do we have natural pathways already at the high school? And that was our first step. What do we naturally already offer at the high school? That was our innovation meeting. And then we had to take that work on November 1st to the high school to get a broader feedback. So departments met to provide feedback on the innovation team work, and they reviewed that course alignment to the pathways and provided feedback on that. They met and they wrote up all on the pages, and then also gave feedback on the guiding statement. That guiding statement is just like the elevator pitch, like the few sentences on on why we have pathways at Hastings High School. And then the main work there is the course alignment to the pathways. So they looked at that, and let's say, for instance, the English department met and they looked at all of them, but they might more specifically look at where do the English classes fall, and they'd say like, why isn't this class in this pathway? And they'd write a note like, why isn't this class in this pathway? And then I would take a look at all of those and see like, okay, why isn't that class in that pathway? And then maybe I'm adding that class in that pathway then. And so taking all of that work back, and I would add all those different classes in there, and the floor of my office was littered with pages at that point. And then November 4th through December 2nd is where we're at right now, which is taking all of that work, editing it all, and finalizing the draft of our Pathways course guide. So by this Friday, we will have the draft of the Pathways course guide. But before we could do that, we had to see like, does what we offer, which matches the pathways that we say we have, actually meet with what the students say they want, right? Like, so it's all fine and good that we have 4 pathways that are natural in our course guide, but if it doesn't match with what the student career interest is, then it's not really gonna matter. And so I'm gonna skip ahead a slide because it did. So we had 950 students take the survey, I want to say. Actually, I wrote it down, I want to say. Yeah, 910 students, which was pretty evenly distributed. 231 ninth graders, 243 10th graders, 258 11th graders, and then 175 12th graders. And then they matched with these pathways. Now the pathways there, you can see on the right side, arts, communications and information, health and human services, innovative industries and technologies, business management, and administration. And what I've done is I've color coded the top areas that the students' answers match to the pathway that it matched to there on the side. And it just so happens that the top areas that the students answered matched perfectly with the pathways. Now, there's a reason for that, right? Like the course guide that we have is there for a reason. The courses in there are driven by student interest. We run courses because students are signing up for them. And if students don't sign up for courses, we don't run the courses. So it should match up. But the survey the students took was all based on what are you interested in doing? It asked them a lot of different questions about like, do you like to look at data? Do you like to spend money? Do you like to build things, right? So it wasn't just saying like, do you like to take these classes and these classes? So it was a different type of survey and it still gave us this data. So it was really, really great that this worked out for us. So that's where we're at. So now we're at the point where we finished drafting our Pathways course guide. Then we go back on December 2nd and work with the counseling department to look at, okay, here's we have the course guide. Where's our next steps? Are we missing anything? We need to draft our whole action plan now of how we're rolling this out with our students, with our families. We also need to start drafting out that next part, December and January, our launch plan. Beyond that, with businesses in the community, because the pathways are only going to work if we're embedding career and interests, are only going to work if we're starting to embed careers in our community, in our schools. If we're bringing businesses that are in Hastings inside of our buildings and taking our students to those businesses in Hastings to learn from them. So we're gonna have to start doing that outreach as well, starting immediately, pretty much after the new year. So we need to start working on what that looks like and drafting all of that as well. I've drafted quite a bit of it and working with Mr. Doran on that. And so we can start launching that as well. Just a little glimpse of what this course guide looks like. So 2 examples, the innovative industries and technologies, and then business management and administration. You can see it's got kind of like, what is the, like why you might be interested in this pathway, then information about the pathway, career examples listed there, and then engineering. Here's courses we have that we would suggest you take if you're interested in engineering. Same over here, if you're interested in business and marketing, here's some classes we offer that we suggest you take if you're interested in that area. Students would obviously work with counselors and teachers on selecting those courses. And then also in speaking with some of the counselors as well, our Zello platform, we can, and this would take more than just this year. So it wouldn't be something this year, but in the future, we could take our course guide and actually map it into Zello so students could build a 4-year plan in Zello if they say, well 3-year plan, because they do it during freshman year, and say like, I'm really interested in health and human services. They could start building out like, I would take this class, and then that class goes to this class, and then that class goes to this class, and they could build that out over the rest of their high school career, and they could see what would that look like for me taking this pathway in Zello, and that would just produce a plan for them. So then when they go to register every year, Zello would be connected to our registration system so they could actually see, hey, I said I'm interested in this course. Oh, there's that course. And then they'd be able to select it. So it's just some really cool opportunities to integrate some solutions we already have with some opportunities. All right, any questions?
I would just add, each of these are multiple pages, so you're just seeing a snippet of it. And the other, that we have the planning manual guide will be part of this. So they can do that plan, the 4-year planning, but not through Zello at this point.
Yeah, there's, I think, 80 pages right now, but that includes also course descriptions.
I just want to say, the board got an update on this in our work session, and it was pretty clear to me anyway that this is a high priority for us, and just appreciate all of the work that's gone into this. I mean, this has been a years-long process, and it's awesome to see it finally coming to fruition. And I'm excited really for our students to have these different options, and then excited about phase 2 as well for additional course development with college credit options and all of that. There were a group of us who went to Shakopee to look at their academies model, and so I spoke to a couple of students, and they said it was really amazing to be able to head down these paths. And one of them I spoke to said, I figured out pretty quickly that that wasn't the career for me, which is fantastic. Before you're, $20,000 in debt in college, you can realize these things in high school. So I think this is amazing, and thank you for the overview.
Yeah, and you bring up a really good point that I forgot to mention. We also are working on crafting our plan for future college offerings. So what are we offering? AP, CIS, like what is that vision for our future offerings, for our college offerings at the high school as well, based on like that student interest and based on, all of that, all those pieces as well.
From AP.
Yeah, and moving from AP, right? So you're not stuck on one test, right? All right, any other questions, comments? All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thanks.
All right, moving right along, we've got our OPAB review with Ms. Stewart.
Lindy, would you mind opening the summary of contributions? And there you go, thank you. All right, so later on in the agenda, there's an action item for the board to approve the actuarial determined contributions for OPAB. And since some of the board members are new, I'll just give kind of a high-level summary. But the district has committed to future liabilities for retiree health, pension, and accumulated sick leave days through multiple bargaining group agreements. And then all subsidized commitments for retiree health, with the exception of the principal's contract, are now closed to future entrants. So they're all sunsetted, which then allows the district to levy for those OPAB benefits. GASB, or the Governmental Accounting Standards Board, requires that districts have a liability study done every 2 years to determine the liability and the disclosure requirements. And then the funding of these liabilities is left to the district. So we have worked through an amortization schedule that we are continuing, trying to reduce the number of years. But basically the study gives us all the information to then prepare what the district will be contributing. So then the district, through board approval, defines what that ADC is, that actuarial determined contribution. And that's based on 3 components. So it's the service cost, the interest cost, and the amortization base. And then these are developed to fund the future benefits earned by employees and pay down the unfunded liability, which is amortized over the expected average future service of the employees in the group. So within Board Book, I've given you a lot of detail, but yet on this page, it kind of summarizes it for us. So there's a couple of different components. There's the health insurance and the pension payments that go to a healthcare savings plan. And you can see the district has been doing this since 2010. And we started in 2010. And then once we got to like 16, 17, the amortization period was at 18 years. And then each 2-year cycle after that, we've reduced it by 2 years. So for 24, 25, and then it would also be for 25, 26, we're using an amortization period of 10 years. And overall, because we have sunsetted the benefits in these contracts, you'll see that our contribution is decreasing, even though we are continuing to decrease the amortization period. So in total, for the health and pension, for the next 2 years, the district would need to contribute that $588,000, which is a decrease of about $121,000 from the prior 2-year study. And then the second piece of it is the accumulated sick leave and the pension component that goes to a committed or a restricted account. And again, you can see that that's decreasing. So we're moving the amortization period down to 5 years, and the contribution that's going to be required is $97,000, and that's a decrease from the prior study of approximately $45,000. So like I said, there's an action item later in the agenda where we'll be asking the board to approve this for both 24-25 and 25-26. And if you have questions, I'm happy to take them.
Any questions? All right, we're good. Thank you very much. And next up, we are getting an athletic/activity transportation presentation from Mr. Hanson. Thanks for hanging in tonight. Welcome.
I got a couple kids in college that have phones. It's catching up back there, man. It's good. A little time to myself. Thanks for the opportunity to tag in. Last time I was here was a real macro topic. I had a lot of slides. Tonight was more of a micro topic. I have no slides. I have talking points. Chief Wilski and I go back a long ways. I'm going to stick to my notes, but I was a little jealous. He had his glasses. I don't have mine. So I'm going to do the best I can to read what I brought and make sure that we got it together. But to get to it, the topic again is we've had parental inquiry about the potential transportation of middle school students to participate on our high school athletic teams. That's the topic. And so I'll acknowledge up front that the desire to have some version of district provided transportation for those 7th and 8th graders is fair. It's acknowledged. And yet I want to walk you through a couple elements that I think should be reviewed and considered as you make a decision. One of those is consistency, balance, and equity amongst all of our sports and all of our athletes, middle school students or not, on or off campus. And then the second thing is how adding said transportation would fit with the patterns and practices with regard to just the overall budget spent on athletics in general. So I'll take those in order. The first one is about the consistency and balance piece. So I've got a few talking points. Some are reminders, some might be new. But we have 29 different independent sports. Basically half compete on campus at Hastings High School and half do not. That surprises some people, right? They tend to think that most things happen on site at the high school when in fact a lot don't. To be real specific, 12 or 41% are at the high school, 13 or 45% are off campus, and then we have 4 that are a hybrid. And just to make sure that it's clear on what we're talking about, when I say off campus, we have teams that train at Todd Field. We have teams that train at the middle school. Those are, of course, district assets. We have teams that train and compete at the Civic Arena, at Welch Village, Jan School of Dance, Cottage Grove Ravine, Battle Creek Regional Park, et cetera, right? So there's a variety depending on what the sport is. We also have a few, whereas like our varsity soccer teams train and compete almost exclusively at Todd Field. Our non-varsity soccer teams are almost exclusively on grass at the high school, right? So it just depends on what sport you're talking about. And if you're a cross-country runner, you just kind of go everywhere, right? You're kind of on campus and off campus all the time. We have a few sports that are, remember, they're offered and promoted as 7-12 sports inclusively. So that would be alpine ski, Nordic ski, and gymnastics, right? So those are programs that are intended for 7th through 12th graders. The rest of our sports are 9-12, right? Where the scenario whereby a middle school student would be on a high school team meets a variety of criteria, but it typically is competitive or performance-based and or participation vacuum-based, if that makes sense. Like if we kind of run out of kids and need a few more to backfill on a C team, right? Those are the 2 primary reasons why. Okay. I looked at the 3-year average of how many middle school kids do we have on a high school team, just to give the raw data. The average number of middle school students on a high school team in a given year is 64, which represents about 9% or so of all of our unduplicated athletes, or about 5% of all of our total registrations, remembering that some kids play more than one sport, right? So they get counted twice. So relatively small percentage. So out of those 64, the number of them that participate at the high school in particular is 26. The number that are at a non-high school facility is 38. And if you break it down by season, on average, it's 12 kids in the fall, 31 in the winter, and 21 in the spring. That's middle school kids are on a high school team. Some variables to note that you may or may not be aware of. I mean, there's the phrase, the activity bus. I mean, that's kind of a phrase from what my kids would call the 19s, right? We used to have an activity bus in the 1900s. We haven't had an activity bus in like 20 years, but people still use the phrase. And that bus or that route system would transport kids after school to a variety of buildings and activities, sports included. Well, but we haven't had that. It was a budget cut. It was so long ago that Jen and Terry and I from the bus, we couldn't identify the exact year. So it's been a long time. In some select past years, the bus company did find room on a short-term seasonal basis for some athletes, just depending on the capacity of the regular run routes that year. So there have been years, for example, where we were able to bus girls golfers to Hidden Greens, right, on a regular route bus that was heading that way on 61, and we're able to drop them on the way. Or there were years where we could get a certain number of kids from the middle school to the high school because we had room. But I would say, as a credit to our finance department and the bus company, they've optimized those routes to the tune of some significant budget savings and efficiencies for the buses. And so we did communicate to all of our participants in all of our sports at the start of this year that that option is no longer available. So if you had a student that maybe used to take advantage of that, or you had an older sibling that was able just to tag in on a route bus, we don't have that availability. Couple more on this, with the exception of alpine ski, and this has been the exception for decades. Remember, they train at Welch Village, right? So a significant distance, some gnarly roads. Those of you that have been down there during winter season, that's the only activity that gets any type of transportation off campus for practice at all. They go 3 times a week. Most of those are a drop and a return. Some of those are just a drop. But none of our other athletes are transported to practice anywhere. Our hockey players, regardless of what grade they're in, don't get transported to the arena. Our golfers, regardless of what grade they're in, don't get transported to the golf courses, et cetera. Those are just contextual things just to know from kind of a balance standpoint. From a budget piece, I'll pivot into the second one. Just to be candid, it's a very narrow request within the broad scope of what the operating budget within high school athletics would cover. For context, note that like non-discretionary operating costs within the operating budget for athletics have gone up just short of $50,000, or almost 20% in the last 4 years alone, primarily due to inflationary increases, right, on things like what we pay for officials, what we pay for transportation, entry fees for tournaments, athletic training services. All those things just continue to go up, right? So those expenses have gone up, while with the exception of transportation contract increases, we haven't made any increases to the athletic budget otherwise, with one exception I'll get to in a minute. So, you know, like most budgets, it's constrained. You got to make a lot of interesting and tough choices. To that end, we've made a series of funding adjustments or budget reductions, whatever you want to call it, proactively, without prompting by the board or the superintendent, just to make sure that we can kind of stay on point. And to that end, for 6 years, from 2017 to 2023, we were under budget in that Fund 1 operating every year. Last year was different. Jen and I were in touch all throughout the year because those increasing costs just started to catch up and catch up and catch up. So we went over budget last year for the first time in almost a decade. And we did, for this last summer, as you may recall, there was an approval from the board to raise our participation fees $20 per tier. And that was specifically to help bridge that gap, right, in the budget deficit. So for the first time, an athletic participation fee increase went directly right into the athletic budget to help, you know, bridge that gap. Okay. Right down to the teeth of it. The transportation contract cost for an after-school activity bus is $84.46 per hour. There's approximately, give or take 5% probably, 145 school days during the school year when some version of co-curricular athletic transportation would be needed. 30 days in the fall, 65 in the winter, 50 in the spring. For further context, that dollar amount, just over $12,000, that's almost 70% of what we're generating in new participation fees just this year to help the overall budget, just to kind of have something to contrast it to. Respectfully, I'm not deep enough into the financial part of it to know where an additional $12,000 would come from. If it were found and give it to me, I'll be real candid, I would probably find other priorities for it to address some of those shortfalls and gaps that we've already talked about. Among them are in transportation. So for example, in the last couple of years, some of the things that we've adjusted, we used to provide yellow buses to golf teams. Golf teams are not very big. You're usually taking 6 to 10 kids to an event, but they have big bags. They got a lot of equipment. And the district does not own Sprinter vans, but we have, you know, passenger vans, caravans, and we've started to jam those kids onto those vans because we own the vans, so we don't have to pay for them. We've created a whole new system where we reserved those well in advance, and so that's made some considerable savings. That's an example of a transportation-related adjustment we've made. A second one is we have a number of more individual sports, alpine ski, wrestling as an example, because they're seasonal. In most cases, we'll transport those kids to their competition and not bring them back, because an individual event, a tournament, runs a lot longer than a traditional head-to-head team event. It's a little bit less predictable on when it's going to end. A lot of kids choose to ride home with a parent or take advantage of that option anyway, but we've started to implement a ton of that, which has saved a lot. The other thing is we've capped what we will pay for transportation at 90 one-way miles. You can get a long ways in 90 one-way miles, right? But we also are in an administrative region that has Rochester in it. We're competitive sections that have schools that can stretch. So, our teams could get almost to St. Cloud, they can get to Rochester, et cetera, but they can't get to Duluth. But depending on the sport, there are attractive events that happen all throughout the state. But so those are just examples of some of the things that we could do 5 years ago that we're not affording with the budget anymore. So looking at this big picture, an option, of course, is to say no. We haven't had this version of transportation in a long time, and so that would be consistent. An option would be to say yes. And at that $12,000 number, that would provide 1 hour's worth of after-school transportation to figure out how we would want to route that. Another option would be to offer it as an opt-in fee-based service, right? You use it if you want to, and you pay for it if you take advantage of it. So as an example, if you take $12,246 and divide it by 64 kids, that's $191 per athlete, like as a flat rate. You've just divided it straight across. May not feel real equitable to do that because not everyone's using it for the same amount, right? So as a different, for instance, if you broke it down by season, remember the winter season's longer, the fall has less days, primarily because a chunk of that fall season happens before school even starts. If you prorated it basically by season, it would be $210 per athlete in the fall, $177 per athlete in the winter, $201 per athlete in the spring. So my hunch would be, and it's just that, I think some people may want it at that rate and would take advantage of it, and most probably would not, partially because that's more than some of them pay for their entire participation fee already at $195. Secondly, the current operating status for these families is they carpool and they figure it out. It's a constraint. Like many in this room, I have 4 kids that have been in a variety of activities. Sometimes you have a district-provided option, and other times you don't. So I wanted to get into the weeds a little bit because there's a lot of nuance to the decision beyond just, do we have, the money, or is this good for kids, or it might work in the winter. There's just a lot of variables that come into it. So I wanted to work it all the way through it. And in the name of a really long agenda, that was probably a longer agenda item just for me. So I might as well keep the theme going. Questions that I can answer?
And can I add one thing really quickly? If you guys remember back a couple years ago, the courtesy routes used to come to the middle school early, and those kids would sit in the cafeteria and have to be supervised. And then at the end of the day, the same thing. They would be in the cafeteria for 35, 45 minutes. And we changed that to put those kids on regular routes. And in order to have that not be a cost impact to the district, that's where the kind of efficiencies of the rerouting and ensuring that buses were basically routed at capacity. So that also feeds into why we no longer have room on the buses for these kids just to kind of hop on and get a ride to where they're going.
Related, it's just a nightmare scenario, but when you talk about carpooling and kids driving, what's the current practice, for instance, for kids on a Friday driving down to Welch Village? What's the practice?
I'll answer it maybe more broadly, and then I'll get real narrow. So when we provide district transportation, it's exclusively for competitions and games, the only exception being the skiers to Welch Village 3 times a week. So for every other district practice, like athletic practice, when there is no transportation, we don't coordinate it at all. It is completely on the family or the student to figure it out. So the reason I say that is no different than how do our kids get to Todd Field for soccer practice? How do our hockey players get to the arena for practice? How do the golfers get to, Hidden Greens? It's the same way they get to Welch Village on a day when there is no bus provided. The students either drive, they ride with another friend, a parent drives. multiple, they have a car, you know, it could be any one of those things. So that's the practice. Like, it depends, but it's in that bucket, right? They get there on their own, and then respectfully, because our hands for liability reasons are out of it and off of it, I don't know how they're getting there, and we don't want to know. But that's how it's happening.
Unrelated, but a second question. What would it look like? Like, how many kids practice at the high school for a high school sport who are middle school age kids? When you were talking about on and off campus.
Yep. So middle school student athletes specifically on teams that practice at the high school, 26 per year. And what that really breaks down to, honestly, this is a typical year. It's a handful of 8th grade boys soccer players to fill out the C soccer team, where they might have like 8 9th graders left, and they might need 6 or 7 more to have a functioning team. It's 1 or 2 track athletes in the spring, maybe 3, based on performance, that they're a varsity caliber scoring athlete right off the bat, so they're there for performance reasons. Wrestling, for the same reason. You have a participation. Sometimes it's a vacuum because of the low weights and they're younger kids, right? And then there's a performance element. And then girls basketball is similar to boys soccer, where usually 3 out of 4 years, it's 8th graders that are filling out or filling up completely the C team or the 3rd level. We really try in soccer, basketball, et cetera, those team head sports to have a 3rd full level. That's kind of the norm, and schools a little bit bigger and a little bit smaller than us. Let me say it a different way. If we fill our top 2 teams, we get everything aligned, and then we have, again, I'll just say 8th, 9th grade boys left for the C soccer team. We don't want to eliminate that team. We have kids that are there to play, you know? And so there's usually an ample amount in the next grade that can make an informed decision. This year with girls basketball, for example, we were well ahead of it at the end of last winter. So between the school and the booster club, we got to those families and said, here are your options, right? You can remain in 8th grade and play a 7-week school ball season, and then you can play a full traveling, club non-school season, which is a good option. Or you can come up and play on the C team, and this is kind of what the numbers would look like. And any one independent family can choose their own route, but when you may only have 7 or 8 kids, you try to make it as collaborative as you can. And so like in that case this year, that group decided, yeah, we'll play on the C team. And so again, to be fair to a couple of those families that have made the request, I understand why they would like a bus from the middle school to high school. I get it. And it's 2 miles. We have 7th graders that walk to school 1.75 miles because that's the walking radius. So sometimes when you're trying to, it's not apples and apples exactly, right? But we're trying to identify where we're going to put some finances into what kind of resource. Our 8th grade boys soccer players didn't get a bus this fall to the high school. They figured it out. Like I said, we've got a ton of kids that train off campus that have never had transportation that figure it out. So I'm not insensitive to the request of the current parents. It's just within the grand scope of everything that we're doing. It's just a larger question, right? So which is why when Jen and I went through the numbers, the hourly rate, I'm not sure how far we could get in an hour. Like, we'd have to figure that out, right? You can get from the middle school to the high school in 10 minutes with traffic after school, but you have to pick the kids up, you have to drop them off, and then are we running a route to the arena? Are we running a route to the school of dance? Are we running, it's just variable, right? It's a project that we could work on it, but that's where I think it's much more nuanced than just, can we get this cohort of kids from one building to the next?
Thanks. I really appreciate your work on it. And I also appreciate the equity issue for kids that, practice and compete off campus. But thanks.
Yeah, the last thing I'll say too in the communication, it's a choice and it's a privilege, as I said, right? So I could be the most wicked talented 7th grade, pick your sport, wrestler, skier there is. Skier's not a great example. Basketball player. I don't have to come up and play on the high school team if I don't want to, right? Or in this case, with it's the wrestlers and the girls basketball players in the winter. That was a choice, right? And an informed one. It's a privilege, right, to be able to do that. And so it's a little different than getting them to school for the day. But you got some options in front of you. I just want to make sure you know what they're.
Yeah, I guess my biggest concern, we talk a lot about equity and the equity and opportunities and everything. And so I'm just concerned that there may be students who aren't able to be in sports because their parents simply can't take 10 minutes in the middle of a workday when they're both at work somewhere else. Yeah. Right. And I don't know. I think there's a lot of parents like me. I don't let my kids just ride with anybody. I don't trust people that much. You know, it is what it is. These are my kids. The other thing, I guess, the walking comment, I don't want to encourage a bunch of kids to cross 55. Going between the middle school
me
and high
neither, to
school,
be
right?
clear. I'm not suggesting it's a good idea. I just
So,
wanted to have a reference point is all.
Yep, yep. So I think this is I in my heart, I really do think that there are probably kids who aren't participating in sports because they don't have the transportation opportunity. And I guess the parent who emailed, or one of the parents who emailed about this, we had a couple of emails recently, had mentioned, you know, maybe we can get the boosters to you know, go out and do like a booster drive type of a thing for transportation for this or something like that. And I see that could be a real opportunity maybe.
Yep. I think it helps to have the raw dollar amount on it and what it
Yeah.
would project to be so people can
Yeah,
consider that.
yeah. So, okay. I guess, go ahead.
I was just going to say that my kids ride a route that in the past, before they rerouted those kids, the courtesy bus kids, the kids from the middle school would hop on, go to the high school, right? Because it was kind of an empty bus. Now that bus is nowhere near empty, and some of the kids are still hopping on to go to the high school. And it's a safety issue. I'm going to leave it at that and not say much more. But it's a safety issue with how many kids. So when you say I don't want kids crossing 55, there's other things happening that are not safe for our kids either. So I don't know what the right answer is. One thing that comes to mind to me is that we do have some sort of busing for our community. And I know you pay like per ride for that. Is that something that they would be willing to look at where kids paid per ride, whether it's $2 or, you know, whatever that is? I don't know how big those buses are. I don't know if that puts a whole different liability factor on things, but is that something that could be looked into?
Okay, so a couple comments were made. Smart Ride, Metro Transit Link. Okay, I guess I would feel better about this if we could possibly survey parents and just find out if we have parents who are interested in this service at all, how many we have, and if they'd be willing to pay for it or not. Yep, Vice Chair Dressley.
So the students aren't really being, if I'm understanding this right, they're not being, their inability to play was because they decided to move up to a high school sport, right? If they were not able to get the transportation, otherwise they would be here playing the sport.
No, great question. The choice for a middle school athlete to play on a high school team comes in one of three buckets. One is it's a 7-12 sport anyway. So that would be alpine ski, Nordic ski, gymnastics. There is no like middle school skiing or middle school gymnastics. If they want to be on the school team and they're in 7th through 12th grade, they're all on the same team. So that's one group. The second cohort is those that are evaluated to have on a performance basis, like they're talented or skilled enough to play on one of those upper level teams, right? They're invited essentially and given the option to do it. It's still an opt-in. They still have to accept. Yeah, we would prefer to wrestle with the high school team instead of on the middle school team because that's where my best fit is. Or the couple track athletes I talked about. That's a second cohort, and then the third one is when that third level of high school doesn't quite have enough high school age kids to fill it, like boys soccer, girls basketball, then we give those kids the option. Well, they have a middle school option to stay with if they want to. So like our 8th grade girls basketball players could have stayed and played 8th grade middle school basketball this year. Or our 8th grade boys soccer players could have stayed and played 8th grade middle school boys soccer. But we gave them the option. They chose the option to play on the high school team. And then therefore, instead of walking out the back of the middle school to practice, they've got to get to the high school, for example. Yeah, so it's a good question. Not that made sense earlier.
Yeah, I think the other issue that you had mentioned was just the off-campus practices. Like if kids can't get themselves to Todd Field after school, if they can't get themselves to the ice arena, they're not going to be able to play hockey. Or
correct.
Football or lacrosse, whatever it is.
It's one of the reasons I'd like to point out how many of our teams actually don't practice at the high school, because that surprises people when it's like, oh, that's like half our teams. Yeah, that's hundreds and hundreds of kids that have to figure that out. Yeah.
Yeah, I do feel passionately about this because I think the more kids we can get involved in after-school activities, the better, you know, well-rounded kids, and staying out of trouble, hopefully. The other thing I was gonna mention, and this is a vague recollection, so I may be wrong. I'm gonna look at my policy guru over here. I swear our policy says that students are not allowed to ride with other students, technically.
This is how my recollection interpretation. So when we provide district transportation, the only alternative option they have is for their parent or guardian with written notice in advance directs the coach on who they give permission to ride with. And that must be 18 years or older, valid driver's license that is not a current student. And that policy has loosened up over the years. It used to be they could only ride with their parent or guardian. Then it was we've evolved it in a good way. It gave you the option, for example, for them to ride with an uncle or an aunt instead of just the parent. Or they've got a sibling that's 23 and they're gonna ride home with them. So that's the option that they have. That's when we provide district transportation. When we don't provide district transportation, we're not managing or informed about how they're transporting themselves at all. So in that case, you know, they could be getting there any number of ways, which does not make us uncommon, by the way. I mean, that's the norm, right? And I will also say, this isn't the purpose of this conversation, but because it's popping up, we're at a point where we provide comparatively a really high level of transportation for our co-curricular. I'll talk athletics specifically. We transport our kids as well as, if not better than most of our peers, in a sense that many districts around us, if your competition's less than 20 miles away and it's a varsity sport, you don't get a bus because you're probably 17 or 18 or you have a driver's license or the game's at 6 o'clock and a parent can get you there. Those are some of the assumptions or rationale that are used. I'm not suggesting we should do that, but again, budgets are real, and when you're faced with tough choices, transportation is over 50% of this particular budget. It's a huge number, you know, and so you're always navigating that part of it. So just a variable.
All right, any other questions? Okay, so then I'm looking for direction from the board here. Do we want Mr. Hansen to get additional information? Or do we want to vote on this later tonight? We can add this as an action item to vote yes, no, opt-in fees, type of thing.
I just think it's a can of worms that's been profoundly well managed, and I'd be reticent to do anything.
Go ahead.
So I'm looking at $12,000 per hour, and if you look at all of our per year. Oh, that's not as bad. That's for 1 hour per day.
But there's no guarantee we have any kids riding those buses. Like, we have to schedule it. There's gonna be a bus driver. The bus is gonna be sitting there and not a kid. There might be no kids jumping on that bus, correct? What about the white little Sprinter vans that you're cramming the golf boys and girls into? Can we throw some in there to cross 55?
Theoretically, yes. The district owns the vans. You have to have a driver. So just Caravan, Dodge Caravan or whatever they are.
But again, if we ask parents in advance, who needed it, sign up, opt in, throw some money at it, gas. Obviously, there's gonna have to be somebody hired to have the driver, but that seems cheaper than $12,000 a year. Because again, these kids right now have figured it out for 2 decades plus. And there might be future years where we have more kids going out at the high school level, more engagement, so we may not have even any middle schoolers needing to take advantage of it, with the exception of maybe a couple sports.
But you're also talking, again, we're talking about getting to Todd Field, getting to the arena, getting to practice wherever it may be, not necessarily just middle school to high school. So that honestly, that's my bigger, yes, you're right, middle schoolers, it's a privilege. It's the other sports where they simply can't get to the practice arena in the middle of the day.
But that's the thing, right? Because we have people contacting us now because of basketball. Am I correct? That's why the interest has been?
our current middle schoolers on high school teams at the high school are girls basketball and wrestling.
Yeah, so where do we draw the line? Do we draw a line? Who gets rides and who doesn't? I mean, you are opening a can of worms with this, totally.
And look at our middle school sports, we're already getting rid of football, right? So these kids in middle school have already figured out football. And that's probably our highest percentage played sport at the middle school level. And we just finished our first season successfully.
By like raw volume, yeah, it would be the highest number of kids.
Yeah.
Maybe track and field could push it, but yeah.
I mean, I agree, I want all kids to have the ability to participate in a sport or activity, you name it, but
Well, one point I'd like to make about football, though, the practices are in the evening now. It's not right after school in the middle of the workday. So that's a different, right, that's a difference.
But I also had parents that were frustrated with that because not all parents are home by 5 p.m. or 4:30 to get their kids to that evening. So it goes both ways. I mean, you're not going to make every family in this community happy with that. Yeah, you're opting in. You're choosing, like you said, it's a privilege to be in these. It's tough. This is a tough decision, for sure.
For context, there are students that can't participate in after-school activities like athletics or plays or art club because they have to get home and babysit their siblings or work. And those are middle school kids. And it is, that's unfortunate. And there's got to be some end to what our capacity is to solve problems.
Well, I'm going to make a motion to add this as an individual action item to vote on later this evening. So then we can officially vote and get some clear direction here. Can I get a second?
I'll second that.
All right, any discussion? All right, all those in favor of adding this to an individual action item, say aye. Aye. All right, motion passes unanimously. We'll have that as our second individual action item after consent. All right, thank you, Mr. Hanson.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we have our school board one-year work plan, and I'm not gonna read all the details on here. We went through it in our work session, kind of agreed on what we wanted on here. So I put it together, and we have this as an item to vote on later this evening. Are there any specific items to comment on or any questions or anything anyone has? No. All right, then we'll move on. We will have that later this evening. Next, Building Construction Fund Project update with Ms. Subert.
All right, just a really quick update tonight. So as always, the Building Construction Fund accounts for the money the district received from the voter-approved bonds for school renovations and improvements. We're currently sitting at $289,000 in the unallocated. We know that we're gonna have to pay arbitrage fees. And as of the end of October, the estimate on those fees is approximately $121,000. So the difference there is gonna be available to reallocate if needed. We did have one project close out. It was the phase 3 of the high school carpet. So that is now complete. And overall in the fund, there is $1,168,000 approximately.
Any questions? All right, moving on. Next is our legal data request update from Ms. Moen.
So this evening, I'm going to give you just the basic information that I've done in the past, but unfortunately, I picked tonight to give you a little extra data. So I apologize that it fell tonight, but I thought there was information that might be helpful for you to know. So since the last board meeting, we've had 3 new data requests. 2 of the 3 have been completed. We have 1 that's pending. The cost this month for data requests related costs is $3,602. Of that, $375 was costs that were related to us inquiring and getting clarification through legal expense. So the remaining $3,227 was specifically related to 1 data request that we had. The additional information I wanted to provide you this evening is just some overall status on the data requests that we've been working on this month. So we have 3 data requests in process right now. We have 3 data requests that were completed and the requester was notified and informed of the cost. We are still waiting on those 3 to find out whether or not they're going to actually obtain the information. The costs for those, one had 947 pages and was $703. One was 26 pages, is $14.56. And one, the information from the beginning was requested electronically, and that cost is $32.93 is what they were informed of. We have one request that's partially completed. We have had legal do the review of the documents that we gathered and submitted, but the emails had not been reviewed yet. That was a notification that there were 5,315 pages available and ready at a cost of $359.20. We are still waiting to hear if they're going to obtain that information. We have 2 requests that were completed and notified, and when we notified the individuals of the cost, I take that back. One was not completed. We had gathered the information, notified them of what the cost would be if we provided, which was $6,014. A second one we had completed and was $58.22. Both of them were withdrawn once they found out the cost of the request.
$58.22?
Yep. So just wanted you to kind of get an understanding of what it, now that we're starting to get some of these out and what it's looking like with the costs. And we have had a couple of them where there was costs and they were paid and the information was provided.
I do have a question. So our concerned citizen, the anonymous person, have they picked up any of their requests yet or come to look at them at all?
No.
No.
And one of those is the one that was withdrawn.
Withdrawn after it was $6,000 plus? So to remind everyone, we submitted a resolution to MSBA for the sorry, wrapping my head around that. For the delegate assembly to, 1, require people to provide their legal name when they submit a request, and then 2, to be able to try to recover costs for any requests that are abandoned or if they just never show up to review the data. And this is now, I believe, the second request of over $6,000 that has been abandoned for this district alone this year. I remember seeing the legal fees in like January for another request that was abandoned. So that's good. We'll see what happens at the delegate assembly. But this is concerning to me. Obviously, these are taxpayer dollars that are just completely wasted. So, yep, Director Moon.
I was just going to clarify, these costs that I've provided you do not include legal costs. We cannot charge for the legal cost to have the information reviewed and redacted. So this is strictly district employee time costs that I'm giving you.
At the lowest level. So it's significantly more money that's been put into the legal redaction process on top of all of this. So we're talking many, many thousands of dollars worth of time and energy and services that have been provided for someone to abandon the requests. All right. Any other questions, comments? Oh, I feel like I've been sucker punched, but thank you. All right, next we have our school board committees. First up is 917 from Director Zuzek.
I'll make it really quick. Pretty standard board meeting. The notes from that meeting are in your packet. The biggest news is actually the photograph on the first page. That's the retirement, and those are the people that work directly for Nicole Roush, who just retired. That is a heck of a hit on 917. There's a very capable person, Mark Johns is his name, and he's going to do a great job, but she was outstanding, and she'll be missed.
Thank you. All right, any questions? Okay, moving right along, we have the AMSD update from Director Bruns.
Yeah, two things of note from the latest update from AMSD. They highlight really the front stories about how we dedicate resources based on data. So it's a great article to read. It highlights the work in ISD 194 and other nearby districts, but it refreshes our lens where if we're going to dedicate resources, especially to innovative things, that is a data-informed decision, and that we are funding those things because we know that is an identified need and not strictly anecdotal. The other piece is just an update on teachers of color and making sure that we are diligent about having folks in front of our students that look like them and share those cultural experiences. There are, what's the data point? 110,000 educators in the state of Minnesota. 91,000 identify, I think the number's greater than that, I'm sorry. I've got my schedules are wrong, my eyes are blurry. That identify as white, while 40%, let me just do the percentage. 7% of our teachers in the state of Minnesota are teachers of color, while 40% of our students are students who do not identify as white. So we want to get those ratios to match. So we have a lot of work left to do. We grew by about 1% over the last year, which is great, but there's still a lot of work to do. And we know that it drives student achievement when they see people that look like them and share that background with them in front of the classroom and in the space.
Any questions? All right, thank you. Community Collaboration Committee update from Director Pine.
Okay, so we kind of already touched base on this. The first work of the strategic plan engaging the community with Gail Gilman from MSBA. So all board members were attendant. We had several stakeholders from the community where former board members from other districts, teachers, admin, parents, grandparents, relatives, alumni, Hastings residents. And we kind of went through 3 exercises, one with just starting individually and then in small group settings, asking people just to state the positive things that are going on in the district. Then the second was opportunities of where the district could improve. And then last was asking the community where they thought their 3 to 5 year vision was for District ISD 200. And so that was step 1. And you can see in the notes, I was typing as fast as I could to keep up with all the comments. So some of them might be duplicates, but for the most part, I think I captured a lot of it without it, being too repetitive. So that was step 1.
All right, thank you. And I just want to say, I thought that meeting was amazing. That was the first time that we've had the full board there to listen in on the comments, and I just thought it was a great event. Lots of great conversations in small groups, and I really enjoyed it, actually. So, all right, any other questions, comments? Okay, thank you. Next up, we have the Facilities Committee update from Director Milner.
So there's a lot going on in the district as far as facilities. I won't read all this to you, but I'll just tell you that in sitting in on these meetings, there's a couple things that stand out to me. One is that Director Stockdale and Director Subert are very awesome at being fiscally responsible in all of these things happening in our district. And we are working hard on trying to make an inviting environment, having pride in our schools, having health and safety in our schools. I mean, there's a lot of things that goes into the facilities, and they're doing a wonderful job of trying to stay on top of things, trying to improve. And like one thing that stands out to me in sitting in this meeting is that our elevators are having their challenges, and and so, for instance, Brent Anderson, it was brought up that he follows around the tech, and he's trying to learn all he can so that we can fix more things in-house instead of always calling, the expensive guys to come fix it for us. So we're being very creative and very proactive in trying to stay on top of all of these things that all of these buildings need all of the time. So I'll let you read the rest, but it's impressive what our district is doing.
All right, thank you. Any questions, comments? All right, next up, we've got the Finance Committee update from Director Zuzik.
I'll try to be very brief in saying that the first good news for us, and we were the first ones to hear it, there were no findings with the audit, which means that, thank you, Jen has been doing a tremendous job. I think one of the most impressive numbers is the enrollment projection for our October 1 number was off by 0.2%, which is just a stunningly close estimate. And I think that that's really fabulous. We have enough money in our fund balance, unrestricted fund balance, that it makes sense to take some of that and put it into a restricted fund, assigned fund. It's unassigned fund. So it's going from an unassigned fund to an assigned fund. And Aaron mentioned this in his presentation, but some of the things have to do with time purchases, and then curriculum and site improvements, and then safety. And just think about what's, what the cost might be associated with the pathways work that we're doing at the high school, for instance, and with the literacy inputs that we need to take responsibility for. I think it's responsible for that money to be moved to a restricted fund. So, assigned fund.
Assigned fund. All right. She did. All right, thank you. Any questions? Okay, moving along. We have the NAPAC committee update from Director Bruns.
Yeah, October is a very busy time for NAPAC. And so this particular meeting aligned with our last work session. So I wasn't in attendance. So Keen and I have been in communication about things that were discussed. They did talk about, they recapped their family game night where they played Noshka games at the community inn, all the activities for Indigenous Peoples Day that were conducted throughout the district. And then another big important event that we were in attendance at with the NAPAC was meeting with TNIC. And as far as the board goes, we just have a lot of work to bring that community back in so they feel a part of our work. So just as we spoke at the community collaboration event on Monday, how are we reaching out to those voices that we don't see? So like when we looked across that sea on Monday night, a lot of folks that look like us were there. So there's a lot of voices missing. So how can we be intentional about bringing them to the table so they feel safe there, and then the ability to express and see themselves in the actions that we're taking. Other two big, really cool notes. Alyssa Cherry, who is our liaison, has met with every single Native American student that is in the district. So hats off to her, that is huge. And that official count for students is above 90. And if we eclipse 100, we've got some other things cooking, but that number is growing, and that's part of her due diligence. She's really crushing it. And a big congratulations goes out to Keenan. He's the chair of that NAPAC. He has been selected to sit as the Twin Cities Metro Area representative on TNIC. He will be representative number 2, and he'll be there for the next 4 years.
Cool. Wow. Awesome. All right, thank you. Any questions? All right, Joint Powers Committee update. And this one again is Director Milner.
I'll have an update after tomorrow morning when we get up bright and early for our next meeting at 7:30. So nothing as of now.
Thank you. And then Student School Board Committee update from Vice Chair Dressley.
The Student School Board Committee has not met and does not have another meeting on the calendar yet.
All right, thank you. And finally, our Policy Committee update from, again, Vice Chair Dressley.
So our policy committee has met twice this month. I'm not going to go through in detail every single change. I'm just going to give an overview of the policies. So it did say that I'd give a detailed report, but I'm not going, it's late. So for first reading, we have policy 524, Internet and Technology Acceptable Use and Safety Policy. These changes that are listed here were made in collaboration with district admin and also to align with the Minnesota School Board Association model policy. Does anybody have any questions about that? About any of the changes? Okay. 524.1, cell phone and electronic devices. That's a brand new policy. There is no model policy for that. But what was used was AMSD's cell phone toolkit. And it was also in collaboration with the principals, administration, and Director of Technology. Any questions? No. The policy 533 wellness, all of the revisions that are not listed here were made to align with MSBA. So I know there's a lot of changes within that policy. The ones that were made in collaboration with the wellness the Smart Choices Wellness Committee are listed here. The ones that are not listed here were made to align with MSBA model policy. Any questions? No. There's no changes to any of our second reading policies. And then for third reading, we have policy 516, student medications. Again, this was in collaboration with the Smart Choices Wellness Committee. All of those changes are listed here. If they're not listed here, they were made to align with the MSBA model policy. And this one is up for third reading and adoption as a single action item tonight on the agenda. Any questions?
I just want to say it's up for a third reading as an individual action item because there were significant changes made since our second reading. So I want to make sure it wasn't just buried in consent. All right.
Nope, we had our first reading of that back in August and September. So first and second reading of that policy.
All right. Any questions? Moving on. All right, we are finally on to our action items, folks. It's getting exciting here. I need a motion on the consent agenda, please.
Zuzik makes a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Dressley seconds.
Any discussion? All right, all those in favor of approving the consent agenda, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously to approve the consent agenda. Next, we are going to do our items for individual action. And first up is our newly added Kennedy privacy restroom decision. I would like to make a motion that 2 additional proposals be drafted. One for adding urinals to the 2 large stalls. And the second one is to look at 1 stall, 1 unisex stall, and leave the other remaining bathrooms alone with the exception of fixing the plumbing issue and other issues that may exist, any structural issues that may exist. So 2 additional design options. Looking for a second.
Second, Dressley.
All right. Any discussion? And I'm just going to make one comment. The reason as I'm sitting here, my gears are still turning, right? And I'm thinking I am having a very hard time as a fiduciary spending $500,000 on 1 restroom remodel when it's not essential, right? So if all the plumbing issues and all of this was essential and we needed to do it for state statute, we needed to do it for other plumbing issues, whatever, that would be a different story. But hearing that it would be significantly less if we looked at 1 stall and fix the plumbing issues, I'd like to look at it at least significantly, because I think we could spend that money on other things. Anyway, Director Milner.
Does the $75,000 grant still cover if we do 1 stall versus the entire remodel?
And I did pull that grant up during the conversation, and it's not 100% clear. I'd have to read it closer.
But I'm going to say we would spend significantly less, even without the 75. If we didn't get the grant, it would still, the district would spend way less with just that option. So anyway, any other comments, questions, Director or Vice Chair Dressley?
So is there a time estimate that you're anticipating, or no? Just when?
Well, it says we'd have to start construction in June. So they said the bids need to go out in January. Right.
I did find that language. So the goal is to establish 1 set of gender neutral, so the grant would not be in play. Just to be clear.
Thank you. All right. Anybody else? All right. And just, sorry, taxpayer hat on. The grant is still taxpayer money. Right? It's all taxpayer money. All of it here. All right. All right. All those in favor of moving forward with just getting 2 additional design options on the Kennedy privacy restroom? Yes. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
All right. The vote is 5-2 in favor of adding 2 design options for the Kennedy privacy restroom project. Motion passes 5-2.
Can I ask one clarifying question? So these are the only two options you want to see. So at this point, then we would back out of the grant because it also has some additional requirements. Like there's requirements to attend 4 sessions with MDE as part of this. So I just want to make sure that these are the only two options then that you're going to be considering.
Well, with if we just add 2 urinals to the existing design, that would still qualify for the grant.
That's one of your option requests?
Yeah,
Okay.
yep. So adding 2 urinals to the large stalls was option 1. The second one was just looking at the
Okay.
lesson involved.
Now I have a clarifying question.
Okay, yes.
By approving that, did we just say that we were not gonna take the grant money, no matter what? No, okay.
No.
All right,
The
good.
one option would still be the grant,
grant
but there is
Yeah.
there's a December requirement to attend a training.
If we added a vote on the December 4th
Well,
work
if we
session.
were still moving forward utilizing the grant.
Mhm.
So if you added I think it is December 4th, actually.
Is it December 4th?
That's
So,
the day of the required meeting, but if we go and then we don't go to the other 3, that's.
okay. Okay, it's workable. Okay.
So could we revote to say if the existing design had the 2 extra urinals, vote on that tonight so we could give the direction by next month? Obviously, it's gonna be significantly less with just the 1 stall.
It is. So I guess that, well, if people want to vote on moving forward with the less expensive option only, we could rescind the vote that we just did and re-vote if we want to move forward with a less costly option only.
Were you asking if we could vote on it with the 2 urinals added?
Well, I didn't know if that would change the direction of giving them the guidance. I didn't know if we changed the vote, if it would give the proper direction to meet the timelines for next month.
So ultimately, if we get more designs, we would have to vote we'd have to have a special session attached to our work session on December 4th to vote on this item alone.
That's
Right,
It's one
and
of
she said,
4.
she said they could attend, and then if they back out, they back out. So, I guess if we're looking at saving a couple $100,000, potentially, I'd like at least to look at it, and see if it's doable. So, because that's, in my mind, that's where I'm like, yeah, I agree, it looks like a very nice option, so, but, okay, the next on our, are we done there? Sorry. Okay, next thing on our list is the newly added activity transportation decision. Again, I'm gonna make a motion that we request that the option of having parents opt in and pay for transportation related to an activity bus to get them to their after-school activities is at least looked into to determine parent interest and ability.
So can I ask a
Looking
question?
for a second first.
Second.
All right.
Second.
And then any discussion.
Okay, so did you guys calculate in administrative time in figuring out any of the, or cost? No, okay, thank you.
The only option that we looked at was adding that one activity route, like looking at what that cost was per hour, how many days, that type of thing. So that would be the consideration if there's an opt-in for a fee, who's managing that, and then who's checking kids in, all of those things.
I just want to express why I'm going to be voting no. And that is that I really think it's being very well managed right now. And it's a big can of worms, as I said earlier. And I just, out of respect, not for the person, but for the way it's been managed, I don't think we can do better at this table. And when Mr. Hansen said that if we were to give him $12,000 for his athletic budget, he would have spent it differently for the benefit of the students in the athletic program. That spoke volumes to me.
All right, any other comments, discussion? All right, all those in favor of requesting additional information from parents, I can't remember what the motion was that I made, say for opt-in and pay from parents, say aye. Aye. All right, all those opposed, say nay. Okay, all right, motion fails, 1 to 6. Thank you. All right, next up, we have our second SRO decision. So I'm looking for a motion on this item.
I make a motion to approve the second SRO contract decision.
Approving addition of a second SRO.
Addition of a second SRO.
Biermeyer seconds.
All right, any discussion? All right, the only thing I'd just like to say, hearing from the parents that they absolutely are saying that safety is is a number one concern. And seeing on the survey, I was kind of scrolling through to see the percentages of people who are saying that they don't necessarily, that they feel safe, meaning in my head, the ones that don't feel safe. I see this as a big positive for our district, so, for next year. All right, any further discussion? Director Biermeyer.
I just wanted to say, Officer Freeman impressed me last week with her reasoning, and I think she should be applauded. She's a remarkable gal, so she swayed me.
Yeah, and I'll say, going into that meeting, I was completely and totally on the fence. And then after hearing the information that they provided, that pretty much made my mind up, so. Anyway, any other discussion? All right, all those in favor of adding a second SRO, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously to add a second SRO for next year. All right, next we have to approve the audit report. Can I please get a motion on this item?
As treasurer, I'll recommend approval.
Sounds good.
Second, Dressley.
All right, any discussion? All those in favor of approving the audit report, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously to approve the audit report. Next up, we have to approve the Comprehensive Achievement and Civic Readiness Plan. If I could please get a motion on this item.
I make a motion to approve the Comprehensive Achievement and Civic Readiness Plan.
And I'll second.
All right, any discussion? All those in favor of approving the Comprehensive Achievement and Civic Readiness Plan, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. All right, next up, we have our Thailand trip request. Can I get a motion on this item, please?
Motion to approve the Thailand trip request.
Pine second.
All right, any discussion? Since there was hesitation on a motion, I'm thinking there needs to be some discussion.
Yeah, I respectfully, I don't get it. Unless there's a tie to something curricular or co-curricular, like in our band traveling to, places, or our choir traveling to places. I don't get it.
I will just speak to I think that's an extravagant cost. I mean, that's a lot of money for a trip that's not going to have any academic benefit.
Yeah, I have to say, I'm struggling with the target of 12 students on a trip halfway across the world. Because I don't know that many parents are gonna to go along with that. So.
And Board Chair, I'd comment, even if we had 12 kiddos that could do it, that really goes against our previous conversations about equity, even if they get to the magic number. And $5,000 is a big bite for any family.
All right, any further discussion? All right, with that, all those in favor of approving the Thailand trip, say aye. All those opposed, say nay. Nay. All right, motion fails unanimously to approve the Thailand trip request. Next up, we have the OPAB approval. I believe, sorry.
I recommend approval. It was really clearly presented.
All right.
Second, Dressley.
Okay, any discussion? All right, all those in favor of approving the OPAB plan, call it. Aye, aye. All those opposed, say nay. All right, motion passes unanimously to approve the OPAB plan. Sorry, it's getting late and my brain is not functioning correctly. All right, next, we have our one-year work plan for the board. Can I get a motion on this item?
Motion to approve the one-year work plan for the board.
Milner, second.
Any discussion? All right, all those in favor of approving the board one-year work plan, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously to approve the board one-year work plan. And then to be clear, after the strategic plan is finished, we will do years 2 and 3. So once we have that direction. All right, finally, can I get a motion on the approval of policy 516?
I make a motion to adopt policy 516, student medication and telehealth.
Bruns will second.
Any discussion? All right, all those in favor of approving policy 516, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously to approve policy 516. All right, and then finally, our future meetings. You will notice our list is fairly short because we are coming to the end of the year, folks. So we have our joint powers meeting, as Director Milner mentioned earlier, at 7:30 tomorrow morning. Woohoo.
Thank you for mentioning that.
Followed by the Finance Committee meeting on December 4th at 11:15 a.m. We have our regular board meeting our regular work session on December 4th. And I can quickly, that will be with Gail. And of course, for some reason, my computer signed me out, so can't see what we're working on. No, I'm looking at the topics. But thank you. I have it open, just not logged in. My computer's done for the night too. Yes. Thank you, computer, but no, thank you. All right, sorry. So for our work session, we have, we're going to be reviewing the proposed budget. Also, folks, think about our standing committees that we want to have for 2025. Decide if we want to keep the ones that we established this year, establish new ones, establish new liaison positions, remove liaison positions, etc. Then we will be getting a gymnastics proposal and update, and then the strategic plan refresh conversation with Gail Gilman from MSBA. Anticipating that piece of it will take a couple of hours, so I apologize. We have some long meetings ahead of us. And then we have our policy committee meeting on December 9th at noon. And then finally, our regular board meeting, last one of the year, on December 18th, where we will approve the revised budget. We'll have truth and taxation that evening, and we will be getting a presentation from Mr. Hodges about curriculum alignment to state standards and benchmarks and where we are at with doing that. And then finally, I'll just note that that's not on the schedule, but our January organizational meeting is scheduled for Monday, January 6th. 2025. So, and that's where we will set our schedule for 2025 board meetings. All right, we made it, guys. With that, I'm looking for a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Milner, second.
All right, any discussion? Thank you. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All right, motion to